so welcome again to the Zoom room. Sally and Jackie, nice to see you again after your travels. So yeah, I thought we'd just take a look at our quote for the day and a bit of teaching around that, and then that'll lead us nicely into today's lesson, which is quite a profound one. So give me a moment to just get all that tech going. All right, let's get the screen share going.
The attraction of love.
We don't want that one. Let's see. Okay. Make that a bit bigger. So the wrong one. That was yesterday's one. We want today's one. Okay. Let me share my screen with you. All right, Jackie, why don't you read that thing's your own picture? You read the quote for us.
Be who God meant you to be, and you will set the world on fire. It's Catherine of Siena.
Christian mystic she was. Also an author and a saint. Lived in the Middle Ages sometime. Interesting that she said that will set the world on fire. It's quite a kind of contemporary, one would think, contemporary saying, but she said it, I don't know, 500 years ago, whenever. Let's see when she did live. I think it was 13th century or something. 1347 to 1380. Roman Catholic mystic, activist, and author, had a great influence on Italian literature and on the Catholic Church. And there's a picture of her with looking rather miserable, actually. Anyway, so
she's got a crown of thorns.
You got a crown of thorns, exactly. Yeah. Not sure why they depict with the. Okay, so maybe she had the. I wonder if she had the. What do they call it? Stigmata. The stigmata. Some mystics and saints get the stigmata with the manifest the wounds of Christ on their hands and stuff.
I wonder look, you can see it on her hands actually.
Well, that's let's see, what did she have? The stigmata, customary. Did she have stigmata? It doesn't say. Can't see anything. Anyway, it's interesting that people do sometimes manifest that.
Even the blood of Christ crucified.
Even the blood of Christ crucified. By the blood of Christ, So interesting. How people perceived it in those days. So you can go read that if you want. But this quote is actually quite contemporary. So talking about your inner fire. So you radiate the light of truth and the love of God out into the world to inspire, heal, and bless whomever you meet or even think about. So often they talk about the fire, this burning fire, inner fire. And if you're really in it, it does feel quite intense. It's sort of a burning flame type idea. You can see where the comparison comes to that. But this inner fire of inspiration is a power far greater than mere motivation. And motivation is defined as a reason or reasons for acting or behaving in a particular way. So in the personal growth industry, it's more specifically thought of as the will to act based on the desire to attain a specific goal. In this motivational world, emphasis is on doing something to attain a future goal that's seen as worthwhile, desirable, be worth your time and effort to do it. So the goal is made usually more important than the process of doing whatever needs to be done to attain it. So conventional motivation is based on desire and fear, because there's always a fear when you ardently desire something that you won't attain it and that you'll then be disappointed or diminished in some way. And we've all done that at some point in our lives. The more you attach to something, you desire it, the more you go, oh, what if it doesn't work? When I was really obsessed by becoming a champion squash player, it was an ardent desire, but there was always this fear that underlay it. Would be like, well, what if I don't do it? Then I'll have failed. Then I'll be less than. Then my whole life plan won't work out because, according to my ego, I had to be a champion and a world champion in order to make anything of my life. And so there was always that lurking fear underneath it, and I covered it over by just going, no, I'll just believe, I'll visualize, I'll believe more, I'll concentrate, focus, I'll work hard. But there was always this underlying, gnawing doubt that I wouldn't do it. And of course, in the end, I didn't. So that fear came into fruition, and then I had to face it, which is probably one of the best things that ever happened to me, spiritually speaking. So, been there, done that, and did it bring me peace? No, I can't say it brought me peace. It was a phase. I'm glad I did it. It was part of my learning. But when I let go of that desire, which had driven me for years, I found a peace that I hadn't known for years. I was like, well, actually, it's just okay to be, and I don't have to achieve this goal to be worthwhile. So I kind of relearned how to live. It wasn't all about this future goal. It was just about being present now. And I still continued to play for another decade after that. But no longer was it about a future goal and what I was going to achieve. It was just about enjoying the game, which is why I started playing. So it was an interesting journey of going from, initially just enjoying the game and loving it and being good at it because of that, and then getting all attached into the ego's game of fear and desire, and the outcome becoming more important, and then resetting back into that original state of, well, just playing because I love playing, and it didn't really matter what the outcome was. But post that, I'm glad I went through the phase of fear and desire, because it taught me a lot. I learned a tremendous amount. Probably prepared me for this later spiritual path and awakening. Sure, those experiences. So that wasn't wasted. So fear and desire have never been a recipe for happiness, as the Buddha noticed 2,500 years ago. So this is hardly new age, very old insight. And he stated what became the second noble truth of Buddhism, which just states that desire, or tanha, as he called it in Pali, literally means thirst in Pali, but it's best translated into English word craving. That's how it's normally translated. So there's this craving for things, for experiences, for substances, for relationships, for something, someone outside of yourself that you think is going to bring you satisfaction. And the Buddha noticed that this is actually the source of all suffering, because it makes you feel dissatisfied with what you're experiencing right now. So there's inherent dissatisfaction that underlies the craving. And he called that dukkha. Observe that everyone who's dissatisfied with their life is really playing a mental game which they can never find satisfaction in the present moment, but only in the future, which of course never arrives. So that ensures that you'll never be happy. And that insight became the first noble truth of Buddhism. So these are just really simple ideas, insights into human nature, human behavior, which have become these noble truths in Buddhism, which are echoed in other spiritual paths and teachings like A Course in Miracles. Idle grievances and idle wishes and grievances are the equivalent of the Buddhist craving, sana, and it has the idea of aversion in it. Actually, I was trying out this AI technology, and I put in a question. I said, so compare the idle wishes and grievances in A Course in Miracles to the Buddhist concepts of craving and aversion, and give an analysis and summary of that. And the AI did it. It's quite extraordinary. It wrote an intelligent piece that I could have copied and pasted and put into an email or sent out, of a few paragraphs of analyzing. So quite amazing what it can do. So that's why I digressed there a bit. So why Yeshua says in section 5 of chapter 12, which we read recently, on the same curriculum, that the ego's rule is seek and do not find. So there's always going to be the craving, the seeking, the desiring, because if your ego, which is just the belief in separation, really found the answer to your unhappiness, it would no longer follow its guidance, and without your belief it would cease to exist. So it has to keep seeking and not finding in order to maintain its existence. So the craving and always being dissatisfied is an essential part of how it works. Translated into learning terms, this means try to learn but do not succeed. So the results of this curriculum goal should be obvious, but Yeshua explains it quite well in this passage, this quote from the same section that I mentioned, the same curriculum, which we read a few days ago. So Jackie, you want to read that?
Okay. Every legitimate teaching aid, every real instruction, and every sensible guide to learning will be misinterpreted, since they are all for facilitating the learning this strange curriculum is against. If you're trying to learn how not to learn, the aim of your teaching is to defeat itself. What can you expect but confusion? Such a curriculum does not make sense.
Yeah, so he's just telling us straight, that this is futile, it's frustrating, it's ultimately going to be depressing, because you're not really learning anything. You're learning how not to learn the truth, and it's not taking you anywhere. So if it is futile, people believing in the ego find it futile, frustrating, and ultimately depressing, then that's not surprising, because it is actually going nowhere. But in the curriculum taught by the Holy Spirit, Remembrance of Oneness, we just feel this inner impulse, which in some spiritual teachings is called a fire. It's this, they call the fire of desire for God, and it's something in you that's calling you, it's drawing you to go within. And that can inspire us to act in certain ways, not because we want a final outcome. It's not outcome based. It just feels right. It's coming from this inner state of being on fire, if you like. You're feeling that inspiration, burning the flame of the divine. So it feels right in our hearts to act this way. So this inner fire is based completely on the present moment, or the now, as Eckhart Tolle calls it, rather than the past or the future, consciousness of which attaches you firmly to the linear timeline. And I've included this diagram over here. I have a bigger version of that. Just so we can have a quick look at it again. So the more you get attached to the linear timeline, the ego wants to root you down onto it by attaching you to specific circumstances and events and creating a drama around them. So there's desire or expectation, there's grievances, and of course all of that brings you down. The downward arrows to pull you down into identifying with that and that event, and therefore the person, the separate self, who's apparently experiencing that on the timeline. So then you get rooted onto the linear timeline. Past, future become very real to you, and this transcendent dimension of pure formless awareness, perfect love, beingness is denied. So the ego is always trying to pull you down, and the Holy Spirit's trying to raise you up via the blue arrows into that awareness. So the inner fire is the impulse to rise up, to take your awareness up into a deeper or higher, depending on which analogy you want to use, part of your mind, part of your awareness that is transcendent. It's not concerned with any of these events and circumstances in time. It's not doesn't honor, doesn't believe in any of the ego's psychological and emotional attachments. So it can just observe all of that. That's the return journey, the downward arrow. It can observe all of that, perceive it, but perceive it correctly without buying into the ego's psychological and emotional attachments. So it's the voice that liberates you. And that voice is the voice of inspiration. So if you're acting from that state of mind, you're very present, you're very now, and in the moment, you can download what it is that you need to say, what it is that you need to do. So it results, if you really tap in and you broaden these arrows, the blue arrows, results in the selfless action, because there's no identification what the doer thinks should be the outcome that would make him or her happier, because there's no time involved. This is purely present. So you're no longer on the timeline saying, well, I think from my conditioned past that if X and Y and Z happen in the future, then I'd be happier. You've totally transcended that, and there's really just the ability to download in the present moment what you should do. So it's present guidance rather than being based on past conditioning and future expectation, which is how the ego's motivation system works. So one Zen master summarizes philosophy succinctly in 4 simple words: no self, no problem. Another, I'm not sure if it is a Zen saying actually, but it could be a Zen saying, is the Nike slogan, just do it. You're just in the present, you just do it. That implies there's no attachment to outcome. There's no vested interest, no ulterior motive for the action. You're just doing it because it feels right to do it right now. So genuine inspiration is in alignment with the now. So what comes through, you just do it, and it lifts you above the battleground of linear time. So it takes you into this domain of knowledge, being, pure formless awareness of perfect love, whatever you want to call it, and helps you to become aware again in that moment of eternity. So it's like the download of eternity via this very present focus, which is the now. And now is just the closest approximation of eternity. And from this eternal state of mind, you can still act very effectively in this world if you tune into the guidance of the Holy Spirit or remembrance of perfect love, which remarkably can translate this non-dual transcendent identity that doesn't know about the ego and time and space and any of these matters. But it can translate it into practical actions, into guidance that's very helpful moment by moment. So it'll tell you to say something, to do something, and now your inspiration is guiding you rather than your motivation based on the past future channel of the ego. And so it's a different frequency, and it's a much higher kind of octane energy, if you want to use that fuel analogy. That's gonna help you to do things very differently and get different miraculous kind of results. And you won't have the self-seeking profit motive that characterizes all the ego's motivations built in there. So that leads us nicely into the workbook lesson, which is all about tapping into this eternal, limitless fire of inspiration. One of my favorite lessons, I think, actually, which he repeats a number of times in the course, in the workbook. So any questions on any of that? Discussion on that, or should we just dive into the lesson?
I was just thinking about this fire, and I was thinking, have I ever felt this fire? I don't know.
Yeah, what you mean. This is what I struggle with. Is that I'm very happy to take on board this philosophy, but I don't ever really feel it.
You never feel like a deep peace or connection, or
At moments, but it's, yeah, I mean, it's the sort of classic sunset, or, beautiful walk by the river, or, there are those moments. But I've always felt those. It's, I suppose, A Course in Miracles has taught me to let go of a lot of the other stuff. In a process of letting go. But maybe it's just an ongoing process.
It is an ongoing process, no doubt. It reveals more of itself as you progress on the spiritual path. And it's about getting out of the thinking mind. The fire and the thinking mind are irreconcilable. If you're in logic, then that fire is not there because the mind is too busy and active. So
yeah. One of the things that I do notice, though, is, when I'm doing EAM, sometimes I'll feel very hot. It's like that's a big process of letting go stuff from the energy field. So perhaps that's allowing access to that.
Yeah. The fire translates in body terms to a heat. You can feel this heat in your body, and the Kundalini energy is like a hot energy rising up. I've had a couple of instances where I just passed out. It was too intense. It's like rising up, and you're like, whoa, that's just way too much to handle. It doesn't happen very often, but interesting. Both times it was in the context of a holy encounter. I was looking into people's eyes, and it was just like a connection, and then I just felt this rush of energy. I'm like, oh, this isn't going to go well. I can feel what's going to happen. And I just dropped to the ground. It's like, bang, gone, because it's like too much energy rising into the brain, and in that moment. So that's happened a couple of times. Fortunately not regularly, because you don't really want to be dropping to the ground. It's just like man down, gone for a minute or two, and then both cases they were ladies. It's like, are you okay, John? It's like man down on the floor. But it was interesting that what triggered it was this deep connection, like really kind of going beyond the veil and seeing the feeling, more than seeing, but the truth that we are one. It was like, whoa. And the intensity of that awareness. And I suppose I've been doing a lot of breath work, and I can hold my breath for long periods of time, so I think that channel's quite open, and it's just like, wow, up it comes, and it's just like too much, and pass out. Like I understood what had happened, but a doctor would have gone, oh, we got to do all kinds of tests. It's just the Kundalini energy rising, and it's too much to for the brain couldn't handle it in that moment.
Oh wow. How did the other people handle it?
Well, they were a bit like concerned, because they were like, are you okay? Because I'm like, I wake up a minute or two later, I'm like, well, okay, unfortunately I didn't hurt myself, because I was just like man down. I didn't bash my head on anything. I just kind of dropped to the floor.
What did
missed
that
it
mean
pretty
for that
bad.
relationship? You know, was it very obvious that they were people you were meant to meet? I mean, it's quite extraordinary when something like that happens, but
Mm.
not particularly helpful.
I'd
Was it
been
an
in a
indication?
relationship with both of them for a while, like a few years.
Okay.
So yeah, it was just kind of yes, it was an intensifying of the holy sort of in that moment, certainly. You know, just really feeling the power of it.
Right.
And there was definitely a heat. You know, it was like a hot fire kind of energy rising.
Did they feel it as well? Or
I think to an extent, not to the same extent, obviously, because they didn't pass out.
somebody had
Fortunately,
to deal with the situation.
someone had to. Well, I suppose I would have just woken up on the floor. You know, it's like, okay, well, eventually would come out of it. But I was only out for a minute or two, I think. But interesting, because I listened to Joe Dispenza, and he was talking. He said, "Oh, that happens to me all the time."
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's just saying oh no, I could tell, you know. And I was running a workshop once, and there were like a bunch of people there, and I could feel this coming on, because you can feel it when it starts. And he's like, "Oh, this isn't going to go well." And then he's like man down, and he wakes up half an hour later, and everyone's gone except one lady saying, "Thank you, you know, I really enjoyed that. It was a great weekend. I don't know what happened, but are you okay?" So he was like, "Well, it's kind of normal, although it's not normal for most people." But because someone asked him a question and said, you know, like what happens? I get this, you know, sometimes like intense energy, and like how do I handle it? And he said, "Oh, it's just the body readjusting, and it's this Kundalini energy rising, and you know, you just kind of gotta, well, if you feel it coming on, just ideally lie down somewhere so that you won't actually hurt yourself, and make your excuse. Say, look, I'm sorry, I got to go for a while. Just let me lie down." So that's the inner fire taken to its extreme. But yeah, I mean, if you just drop in there, it's like he calls it a blazing awareness, a blazing light, blazing awareness at some point in the course. And if you drop in there into that awareness, you can sort of feel that. That there's some kind of powerful, expansive, very difficult to put a word to it because it's just an experience. But you could call that an inner fire. So I understand what the mystics mean when they say there's this, you know, this inner fire.
Okay, well, after saying I haven't had it, I get it now. Yeah. I have it quite often. Like I go to bed and I'll just be there for hours in this really strong energy, and there's no way I can go to sleep in it. But it's complete energy, you know, it's not like I'm tired or anything. It's just it's so enlivened. There's nowhere I could go to sleep. So that's probably the inner fire, isn't it? And I've had those.
And do you feel heat?
Yeah.
You feel a heat in the body?
Not some. I've had a couple of times where it's been extreme heat, really burning fire inside of me. These things at night, I'm hot or warm, very warm, but not burning. But yeah, they're quite new. They're quite distinctive. Yeah.
Well, that's the Kundalini energy. See, what you've done through all the breath work and meditation and practice is you've raised that up the spine, and it starts going. You open all the chakras, and it starts flowing into, or through. You know, there's a flow into the body, into the head, and that's associated with the samadhi experience, where you go into this blissful state when the Kundalini rises.
Yeah, it's blissful, but there's no way there's any sleep going to happen, which is a bit
weird.
But
do you understand why people then don't sleep? Why the mystics?
Yeah, you don't need to sleep in that, do you? No.
It's like you're just in that you know, awareness, and it's restful. You know, the mind is, you're probably in a theta state. You know, but you kind of, there's an awareness. So that's a restful, meditative state, and it's a substitute for sleep. You don't need to sleep as much if you're in that. Apparently, the Buddha would sleep 3 hours a night, maybe, not more. Some of these mystics, like Ramana, I don't think he really slept. I think he was meditating all the time. And so you could go at 2 o'clock in the morning to his ashram, and you could get an audience with him because they didn't have to wake him. It was like, well, he's just sitting in his room. He didn't even have a room. He wouldn't take a room. He said, no, that's too egoic. He slept in the corridor, or he would just meditate. He's like, I don't need a room. So you'd take him into wherever he was, and then you could get an audience with him, and he would come out of his super conscious state to engage, and then go back into it. So he's just kind of in that state most of the time. When he's not engaging, he would be in that state, and in that state, the mind is rested. So the sleep that's required, well, most people wouldn't then be required, because you're already in probably a delta state. So deep delta is the state of deep sleep. So that's the kind of deepest meditative awareness state, is a delta state. They've tracked the ECGs of these advanced yogis and meditators when they're in these deep states, and they find it's a delta brainwave state, which is similar to, it's not exactly the same as a deep sleep when someone's asleep, but very similar brainwave pattern. So except that they're conscious, they're aware, they haven't gone to sleep. And apparently Ramana would never lose full awareness. He'd never go to sleep and go into dream state. He was always aware because of that, in that super conscious samadhi type state. So yeah, it's interesting. These things are happening for you because it's not unusual. This is what happens as you go on the spiritual path and you start awakening. These kinds of experiences are common. And then people say, well, these are mystic experiences, because you're going beyond the mind into experience, into the mystery of it. That's, well, how do you explain that? It's not rationally explainable. It's just an experience. And just enjoy it. Just be like, well, I'm just going with it. And if I'm in that, deep state and I'm not sleeping, but do you feel tired the next day, or would you just be fine? You feel energized?
No, I hadn't remembered that it happened last night until you mentioned it. But normally I'm somebody that really likes a lot of sleep. So normally 8 hours I'd like. But then when I have 2 hours like last night, as long as I don't think about it, it's fine. But if I start thinking, oh, I only had 2 hours sleep, I think I'll go to bed early, then the story comes out of it. But I'd forgotten. No, I don't feel tired. But it's not really a relaxed state. It's more vibrant. It's very vibrant, lively state. That.
Yeah, I think that's why they call it the fire, as opposed to a deep peace. It's like you feel like you can set the world on fire. There's a power to it. It almost wants to.
Yeah, it feels like a roar, like a silent roar inside of me.
And so that's why, like, he describes it as a blazing light at one point in the text of the workbook. This blazing light, because it feels like this powerful energy, powerful presence. I mean, again, we're trying to use words for an experience. Difficult. When you drop in there, you can really feel that in that power there is no order of difficulty and miracles. Anything is possible if you just are guided by that. So Jackie, it's a process, and more spiritual practice will reveal more of it. And I think your biggest problem is the thinking mind. That's going to stop that, because it's not something that's logical or rational. You don't intellectualize it. It's just a feeling. So let's just go in there. So,
well, I've noticed Jackie's really much more peaceful these days than you were. Very, very much.
That's good. Yeah, very good. Well, it's been what, 6 months since you joined, maybe? was November last year, so 6-7 months, and you've done quite a lot of practice mind training, so it does make a difference. But it's still early days. I mean, in terms of a spiritual path, if we say that's when you really, started as an initiate, if you like, on this art of letting go, or ACIM path, whatever you want to call it, then that's pretty new. And some say, well, like, in Zen Buddhism and other paths, like, well, until you've done about 10-15 years, you're still a novice. You don't really get it. You've only been studying for Zen 10 years. Oh, you're still a baby. You got to. So it's pretty early days. Just keep keep practicing and do. I think meditation will help, because meditation takes you out of the thinking mind into more of the experience.
I can always tell when Jackie's been meditating. She comes downstairs, she floats downstairs.
Oh, really?
Calm. Yeah, big difference.
Yeah. It just starts to access another part of your mind. That's the right part of your mind, and the intellect then subsides. And remember, ultimately, he says, forget this world, forget this course, forget this world, and come with holy empty hands unto your God. So he's preparing us for this complete surrender into what we'd call a mystic experience, a revelation of God's love, which is pure experience. There's no logic there anymore. There's no need for a thought system of the Holy Spirit to reinterpret and forgive, and that's all done. But this is the preparation. He's saying, well, you're not going to have those, that kind of a complete surrender until you've undone your ego, and that's going to take some mind training. And you've got to start from where you are, which is on the perceptual level. You think you're rooted on the timeline, in this linear time-space continuum from birth to death, and your ego is telling you that's all very real, and it wants to get you nicely attached to the personality, the identity, and all the characters and the dramas that seem to happen. And now you have to undo that. You can't just float away on a mystic cloud of bliss. You have to correct your perception of these dramas and traumas in our lives, to allow that, to open the channel, to allow this access to start happening. You the more you broaden this, and this ultimately will become as wide as the whole thing, then the final merging has happened, and you merge back in. But while you're doing that, the broadening of that channel can feel when you connected to your source. This is the inner fire. It feels like a very powerful connected energy. So why don't we just do a little we're going to the lesson. We're losing the moment. Just a little 5 minutes. I want to see if I can take you into that state and just see if you can experience it. How does that sound? Because we all resonate. So I'll go into it, and Sally will go into it, and maybe we can take you into it and have an experience of, okay, so what does that inner fire feel like? Yeah? You up for that? Okay, so just take a nice deep breath in. Close your eyes. Breathing in through the nose, stomach rising. Clench the sphincter muscle. So the reason why we do this is that locks the energy in. So you're locking the Kundalini energy in, and then you draw it up the spine. So that's a part of this inner fire. And the breath is part of it as well. So breathe in, nice deep breath in, and feel this warm energy, if you can. Feel it rising up the spine into your heart center. And put one hand on your heart just to connect with your heart space. And then draw it up into the crown of your head. That's a maximal inhale breath. Just pause at the top of the inhale. Take another sip of air in, and just hold the breath briefly here. And see if you can feel very open, expansive awareness. In your mind, you might feel some heat in the body. Just hold the breath. Breathe in again if you need to. And just drop into your true awareness. Okay, beyond thought. There's no need to think rationally about anything. It's just an awareness. You look within, maybe feel like a really expansive, powerful energy. And breathe in to top yourself up and invite that presence in. And feel like a blazing light, an inner fire. Maybe you feel some heat now in your body. Hold the breath for a bit longer if you can. You can breathe in again to top yourself up. And find a place of no mind, just empty, open, spacious awareness. And feel that fire blazing in your mind. This blazing light, blazing awareness. This is the inner fire. And you can't hold it anymore, just exhale. Exhale out your mouth. Feel that energy and the fire subsiding. As you blow it out, pull the lower stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. And just rest here for a minute or so in quiet stillness. Maybe the intensity of that inner fire has abated a bit, but it's still there. It's now just a flame, like a fire that's died down, but there's just a small flame just burning there. So just feel that. Experience that inner fire. Thoughts come in, just turn your attention to your breathing in and out through your nose. Concentrate on the feeling. And look within, into your mind, into your deepest awareness. Feel that smoldering flame, which is your true awareness. Always there, just burning away. Always there in the background. When you really need it, you can stoke the fire and it can come into full burning. But it's always there, it never goes out. I'll leave you for a minute just to experience this inner fire in silence. Now just coming back gently into awareness of the body. Breath senses the world. And when you're ready, just gently open your eyes. Go around for a bit. Take a breath in. See how you feel. So, how was that? Do you feel anything?
Well, very relaxing. A little bit warm at one point. I don't know. Maybe I just need to practice more.
You felt the warmth.
Yeah, well, relaxing is
a
good.
little
It's
bit.
good.
Maybe, perhaps wouldn't have noticed it if I hadn't really focused on it. So,
There's something there, like when you hold the breath, that's often when I feel it.
yeah.
It's like a
Yes. That's the point.
in that gap, you hold the breath, and you feel not only maybe some physical heat in your body, but there's kind of an open, expansive, blazing awareness. I can't really put it in any other words.
Yeah, there's something you said, I think you said in the meditation I did last night about, that point is when you really connect with source. And that I could feel that.
Yeah. So I don't have any expectations. Okay, well, I haven't felt the fire, so it's gone wrong. But it can feel quite powerful.
Yeah.
And inspiring. When you say that you feel inspired, you really do feel like, well, I can do anything in that state. There's nothing that I can't do, because it's that power. Is just completely. It's all powerful. You feel like there's nothing it can't do, and that would have been the same power that Yeshua tapped in to do his miracles and to resurrect the body. I mean, imagine the power. That was this enormous power surge came back into the body to bring it back to life. So huge energy. It's released from this, and as the quote says, you can set the world on fire. If you light your inner fire, then you can set the world on fire, because you light everyone else's spark. Everyone has it, but a lot of people are asleep, and it needs often someone to be the flame that's a light that can then just can light their flame. And
yeah. And what do you think about the Kundalini yoga mantras and what have you? And movement.
I've done Kundalini once or twice, Kundalini yoga, and it was interesting. But it's a long time since I did it, and I haven't practiced regularly. The yoga I've done is hot yoga, which is interesting. There's a kind of a fire energy to it, and I also do a breathing technique called Kriya Yoga, which is really the breath holding for long periods. And there's a sort of a technique around it. You hold the breath for as long as you can, and I just went into extreme versions of it. I can hold my breath for half an hour.
That's the self-realization.
Now I just
method, isn't it? Is that the self-realization?
Yeah, so it comes from that sort of spiritual tradition given by a guy called Babaji, and an ascended master, they call him, of the Himalayas, who's apparently been knocking around in various forms for 2,000 years about. He just doesn't die. He's a deathless master of the Himalayas, he's called. And so he gave this to a guy called Lahiri Mahasaya. And then he became a guru of a lineage who made its way via his Yogananda's guru, who was the student of Lahiri Messiah. And then Yogananda was instructed to go to California to take it there. And then interesting why California, but given what we now know, Silicon Valley, and it's really been the birthplace of an IT revolution. People like Steve Jobs and so on benefited from that. Apple is really, it's interesting. You go, if Yogananda hadn't gone to California in the 1920s, would Apple have existed? That's a good question. Maybe not, because there's no doubt that the inspiration that Steve Jobs got was then instrumental in creating this pretty amazing company, really, that just had something different, something a little bit more spiritual behind it, which is one of the reasons why it was so successful. And then when he left, they lost their mojo because they lost the spirit, and then only when he came back did they recapture it 10 years later, because it was the spirit that was doing it. So there's an example of the inner fire. He must have felt it quite strongly, and he allowed that fire to come through him and guide his work, his actions, and help him build this quite extraordinary company. So, well, how do you build a company like Apple? It's quite an extraordinary thing to do, isn't it? So he's tapping into this power that would have given him the energy, given him the guidance to do what was required to make critical decisions. At an early stage, he was, I remember reading about, they'd invested millions of dollars in an operating system, and then he saw what was then the sort of the start of what is now Windows, this sort of graphical user interface with the windows and easy to click and navigate around. And he immediately said, no, we've got to just abandon our current track because we're on the wrong track and we've got to go here. And all of his executives were like, no, we can't do that because we spend millions on this. And they were attached to the past. And he was just like, well, if we don't do it, then someone else will do it. If we don't kill our company, someone else will do it. So we've got to do this. And that became then the foundation of the Macintosh, that operating system, which was their first big success. So letting go directly, if he hadn't let go and they'd said, no, well, look, we've got to stick with the path we've gone because we've already spent millions of dollars on it, then probably the Macintosh wouldn't have happened and Apple wouldn't have happened. It might have just been a company that went bankrupt or certainly didn't grow like it did. So when people say, what's the business case for letting go? Well, it's difficult to quantify, but that decision that they made was pretty fundamental to the success, the early success of Apple. And then, when he got fired 10 years later, when it was mid-80s, I think, he got fired from his own company. He had massive letting go opportunity. He had to let go. And instead of being bitter and angry and, sulking and trying to take revenge, he just went, okay, well, I'm actually free. I can go back into a mode that I haven't been in for years of exploration, creativity. And that was kind of his renaissance. He then went and he took the same fire and he used it to develop new technologies, a company called Next that he founded, which started developing the technologies that 10 years later, when he went back to Apple, because Apple acquired Next, he went back to Apple, and those technologies were then the foundation of Apple's renaissance. It was all the stuff that then became the iPods and the iPlayers, iPods. That came from the time that he'd gone away, and he then did all this creative work. Also came through letting go, because he was able to let go and embrace the opportunity and say, okay, well, I'm still young. I'm only in my 30s. And I have the ability to create something new, which he did. And he founded Pixar Studios as well, which is the world's biggest animation studio. A lot of the technology behind that was Steve Jobs, what he was instrumental in it. So pretty, interesting character. And there's an example of someone who's tapped into this inner fire, and he really did set the world on fire. He did something quite extraordinary, in the external world that has inspired and continues to inspire people. I mean, how many people use Apple's products? Hundreds of millions. I don't know what they. And so every day someone gets a little bit of inspiration from that same source that he tapped into via their whatever Apple device, because it's just got something. It sort of carries the energy of that, doesn't it? There's a quality to it that's somehow a little bit different from a so-called, normal phone. I've got a Samsung that works perfectly well, but it doesn't have the brand. It doesn't have that, that brand identification, and that sort of something a little bit different that Apple has, which came from Steve Jobs and ultimately comes from source, just came through him. So he's a good example of what can be done with the inner fire if it's channeled, and what can, how that can help many people in the world. Okay, so shall we have a look at our lesson for today? Okay, so workbook lesson 94. Jackie, Sally hasn't read. Why don't you read the original alternative and then paragraph 1 for us?
I am as God created me. I am as perfect love extends me. Today we continue with the one idea that brings complete salvation, the one statement which makes all forms of temptation powerless, one thought that renders the ego silent and entirely undone. Today we continue with the one idea that brings complete awakening, the one statement which makes all the forms of temptation powerless, the one thought that renders the belief in separation silent and entirely undone. You are as God created you. I am as pure formless awareness of perfect love extends me. The sounds of this world are still, the sights of this world disappear, and all the thoughts that this world ever held are wiped away forever by this one idea. The sounds of this world are still, the sights of this world disappear, and all the thoughts that this world ever held wiped away forever by this one idea. Yeah, it is, yeah. Here is salvation accomplished. Here is my awakening accomplished. Here is sanity restored. Here is my sanity restored. Yeah, I can really feel it.
It's kind of especially that I am as God created me, or I am as pure formless awareness of perfect love extends me. If you just drop into that, try this, Jackie. Just take a breath in, you close your eyes, and just really feel into that. Like, what does that feel like? Say, I am, and say it aloud if you like. I am as God created me.
I am as God created me.
I am as pure formless awareness of perfect love extends me.
I am as pure formless awareness of perfect love extends me.
And can you feel that there's an awareness in you right now that's just extending in you and through you?
Yeah.
Well, that's the inner fire. That awareness is the fire. And it wants to extend through you. So it's got this quality of extending out and through into the world. If you allow it, you become the channel for it. And that your inner fire lights others' inner fire. And then you set the world on fire, as the quote says. And you feel how if you can tap into that, this is a source of inspiration that way transcends any egoic motivation. You compare this feeling to, oh well, I've got a goal, I've got a certain outcome I want to achieve, and I set a goal in the future, and then I'm going to work towards achieving that goal. So it's just a completely different feeling, isn't it? So that's inspiration versus motivation. So that feeling can inspire you to speak and to act and to do things that will have consequences, but you're not outcome oriented. You're just tapping into the feeling and allowing that feeling to manifest in and through you, through your words and your actions. And so you become the inspired one. You're the instrument of the spirit, this inner fire transmitting through you into the world. And that feels, very expansive. It feels joyful. It feels this is living to live an inspired life. And then you don't have to worry about the outcome, because in the moment you're feeling the inspiration. That's all that matters. And you act on that inspiration. So it's such a simple, compared with the ego's a very complex, dysfunctional thought system. Even egoic motivation is always tainted, because you've got, well, it's always about the future and it's the goal, and you've got to use your mind to work it out, and it doesn't tap into the same power, the same essence, same light. So it can't manifest miraculously. It can only perform magic. Whatever it does is magic. You're trying to use the world to make you happy. That's magic. Whereas this inner fire, it's like, well, I'm connected to it. I'm already there in the present moment. So I don't need anything externally to happen, but it feels right to let this power extend out through me in my words and my actions. So not outcome oriented, but it's an internal inspiration that's now being extended, expressed into the world. It's a completely fundamentally opposite process to the ego's. Ego says, look outside, look for some kind of goal that you want. So there's a desire, and then you're gonna go and try and achieve it, and then you're going to be happier when you achieve it. But it's all referencing outside of you, whereas this is completely internal. And then from that internal connected state, you feel an inspiration, an impulse, something. Okay, well, yes, an idea comes into your mind. Yes, it feels right. Do that. And this then guides you. So it's a completely different source of motivation. I call it inspiration versus the motivation of the ego. And it's a much higher vibration, much higher frequency. It's like a higher octane fuel that you're able to use and tap into. And that is the difference between miracles and magic. And the ego's motivation based on external goals, and the spirit's inspiration based on the inner fire, which is now just wanting to express and extend through you. And it will just tell you what to do when you need to do it. It's that simple. You don't need a long-term plan. It just says, do that now. Go there now. There might be some idea of, okay, there's kind of going in this direction, but it's still very present-oriented. Do this now. Go there now. And then you never lose the now. You're rooted in the now, even while you're flowing forward and you're taking the kinds of actions that are necessary to allow things to happen and to start manifesting in this world. Inspired action versus the ego's motivated action. Very different. So the more you can tap into it and you feel it and you allow that to govern your thoughts, words, and actions, the more you live an inspired life, and the more miracles start happening. And then we talked about your purpose. That just starts to come through. Well, it just starts happening if you listen to that guidance. Okay, so Sally, if you can summarize that one for us. What's he saying in paragraph 1?
My paragraph 1 back. We're completely awakened once we're in the pure formless awareness of perfect love, and then we can extend it. And we are sane again.
Makes all forms of time, I like what he's saying here. It's the complete answer. It undoes all temptation. The sights of this world disappear. All the thoughts of this world ever held are wiped away forever by this one idea. And obviously, it's the one idea that then becomes a total experience. I am as God created me can connect you with the source and get you to feel the power of the source, and that alone. So it has the power to wipe away the ego's entire delusion. In one idea, and that's the power of each of these ideas. Each one has the power to do that if you fully embrace it. You go deeply into that idea to bring you the experience that the idea points to. Then there's the complete undoing of the ego in each idea. He's saying this idea is particularly important because this is what it can do. It's a direct statement of your sourcehood, claiming your identity. As pure formless awareness of perfect love extends me. As perfect love extends me. To really feel that in that extension, that's when I feel it's like something coming through, and you feel this fire. There's something there. It's just very powerful, wanting to extend through you into the world. Okay, happy with number 1?
Yep.
Okay, so moving on to number 2. Jackie, if you can read that one for us, just original and then the alternative, sentence by sentence.
True light is strength, and strength is sinlessness. True awareness is strength, and strength is innocence. If you remain as God created you, you must be strong, and light must be in you. If I remain as pure formless awareness of perfect love extends me, I must be strong, and true awareness must be in me. He who ensured your sinlessness must be the guarantee of strength and light as well. Pure formless awareness of perfect love ensures your innocence, and so must be the guarantee of strength and true awareness as well.
It should be mine. So we're just personalizing this.
Okay.
So that when you say it, it becomes an affirmation.
Okay.
Which a lot of the workbook is in anyway. So first person, but it's made the whole thing first person as well as translated language.
Okay. Darkness cannot obscure the glory of God's Son. Limited awareness cannot obscure the magnificence of perfect love's extension. You stand in light, strong in the sinlessness in which you were created, and which you will remain throughout eternity. Stand in true awareness, strong in the innocence in which I am extended, and in which I will remain throughout eternity.
Okay, so thoughts on that? Any or feelings on that coming up for you?
Well, when you know that you're connected to this sort of, true awareness, infinite intelligence, that's your strength. And you know that your higher self is completely innocent of anything that your ego might do it's done. When I remain in that state, I'm rest assured that I do have that strength and that it's in me, and that is truly what I am. Even when I go into limited awareness or the egoic mind, what it says it cannot obscure. If it does obscure, it's only temporary. It's not changing the truth, which is the magnificence of true awareness, or the truth of who we are. Perfect love's extension. If we stand tall in that awareness, we're strong, we know we're innocent, we can't be attacked, we don't need to defend, and that's our eternal truth, our eternal being.
Well said.
Okay.
You can say the strength, the strength that he's pointing to is equivalent to the inner fire. It's like there's a power there, there's a strength. The words just point to an experience that's beyond words. Magnificent, using these words to try and point to a state that really feels quite transcendent and magnificent.
Yeah, and that's found in the stillness, and it can be tempting to believe you're in a place of strength when in fact it's just the ego being defensive.
Well, the ego's strength is always double-edged. So it would seem to be strong, but then underneath it will be the fear. So its displays of strength, generally arrogant and bombastic and pompous. And then underneath it is always the fear that it's going to be exposed, and that actually you're not really good enough for all of that display of strength. The weakness has not been undone. So he talks about grandeur versus grandiosity. So a lesson, I think it was chapter 7, if I recall, section of the text on grandeur versus grandiosity, talking about the grandeur as the strength, the magnificence, the grandeur, the strength of this presence of love, and then the grandiosity is the imposter. It's like the fake version of that. It's trying to be the big I am, the big self. That's, or could be the little self. He says littleness and grandiosity are just two sides of the same coin. You can switch from one to the other quite easily. So look at a guy like Donald Trump. It's a good example. Lots of grandiosity, all that over the top ego stuff, but underneath that there's a lot of weakness. And actually, I think underlying all of his grandiose attempts to be very special and important lies a man who's actually quite insecure, and has tried to cover up that insecurity with grandiosity. Hence all of the stuff he's done and tried to do to cover that over. So that you wouldn't say, if you looked at someone like him, you wouldn't say that's strength, would you?
Much more subtle,
because he's not
extreme example.
Mm-hmm.
It can be much more subtle than that. So even somebody who is, perhaps fairly meek and mild, sees themselves or what have you, they can believe they're coming from a place of spiritual strength, but if they're not actually connected.
Yeah.
Shadow side arising that stronger.
Just can't hear you properly, Jackie. I think the mic is a bit far away from you.
It doesn't have to be as extreme a case as Donald Trump.
No. He's just a good example because he is an extreme case. But we do this.
It is
the ego.
What I'm trying to say is it can be very subtle, and people who would not be described as, narcissistic or forceful or any of those things, they can still believe in a strength. They can believe they're strong, but if it's not through connected spiritual strength, that's a different thing.
Yeah, exactly. I went to a Tony Robbins seminar once in London, and it was very interesting to just watch the energies, and there was some truth. There was one instance where he described his childhood and his inspiration for starting. He had a charity where he fed people Thanksgiving meals, and he described the story of the time when he came from a poor family, and someone came around to give them a Thanksgiving meal, and his father refused it because he was too proud. And you could feel the emotion in him. So then there was like something authentic coming through there, and you go, okay, I can see he would have started that charity because he really wanted to make a difference. But then there was a lot of ego macho stuff. Remember, it's like, well, and he's strutting his stuff. He's a big guy, he's like 6'8", strutting his stuff on the stage, and he's like booming with his voice, and he's like, yeah, and you just, the ego, you just handle whatever. And it's like all of this kind of macho kind of, and then you go, that's not really true strength, is it? I was like, that doesn't really resonate with me. It's more of a, right, we'll just get ourselves into a hyped up state. Yeah, we can do it. And we get all, and you see people, it's interesting to see how they can manipulate people's states. 4,000 people takes them up, takes them down, takes them up again, takes them down. And I just observed, I was like, okay, this is fascinating. This is you can see how people who, Tony Robbins is generally, he's got good intentions, although he does want to sell more of his courses. So, but you can see how this stuff can be manipulated. How, if you understand this, how like politicians, someone like Hitler would have used these techniques to really, lift the crowd, take them down. And if people aren't mentally aware enough, they will just go with it. They just like take caught up in it, and they go with what really is kind of fake. I sort of thought a lot of the energy was fake, manufactured. It wasn't really the spirit. It was like, right, let's get all excited and hyped up, and we have the music and the rah-rah, and we shout and we do the body language, and it's like, oh, and it's like, but where's the still calm presence of the spirit? It's strong, always. Do you need to do that if you have that still calm presence in you? I don't think you do. And what happens when the rah-rah is over? Then, often people feel a bit deflated.
Well, that's it. They'll ring their troublesome ex in the seminar because he insists that they do it. Then they go, and it's all chaos when they leave. But
and then they need to come back for another dose. I spoke to one woman, and she said, oh, I've been coming for 7 years. Every year, Tony comes to town once a year to London. She goes, she gets a fix of whatever it is that, she gets high on for the time, and then life carries on.
Yeah.
So, there's a difference between the spiritual strength and the the so-called ego strength.
Mm.
And
Well, it's quite
that's just an
interesting.
example. I saw it quite clearly in that
Yeah.
seminar.
I mean, people are able to do things like, walking on hot coals, which they
Mm,
wouldn't
well, they did
imagine,
that as well.
Mm. That is an indication to many people that they have gained mental strength from being there. But it's not finding the stillness, is it? It's not dealing with the shadow side. It's dealing.
Well, you have to overcome some fear to do it. There's no doubt. Some body identification. So I used to, when in my retreats and stuff, we used to do some walking on hot coals, but I just dropped it. I mean, I had experience where a couple of people burned their feet as well, which wasn't great. And I was like, is this really what I want to be doing? Is it really the highest energy? I can see I did it a number of times, and there was a value in it at the time, but to keep doing it, it felt like, well, I'm not sure what the point is, because actually the journey is to go inward. Those sort of outward displays of courage, overcoming the fear of burning your feet, they basically put you in an altered state, and in that altered state, you just go, and if you walk fast enough on the coals, they won't burn you, because the contact point, it's so quick. You just go, so it doesn't sink in long enough. People burnt their feet because if they sink into the ash, then it has long enough to contact point to burn the skin. So it's not really mind over matter. It's just putting people into an altered state where they don't have fear, and then they just walk very quickly. And if they do it quickly, they won't get burnt. So yeah, but there's definitely there's a depth of strength in this teaching. Talking about really going into your core, into your source, and finding a strength that can overcome anything. Doesn't matter what the obstacle is and what. And it's a quiet. It's not rah rah. It's not I have to get all hyped up and have loud music and do body language, and I don't have to do that, because it's always there, and I'm connected with. And that's really the inner fire that the quote today talks about. It's that inner strength that's always there, that we want to connect with. And then if it's always there, but if we need it, it's kind of like flame on. Okay, that can really come and help us to deal with whatever situation we're dealing with. So in your situation, which I know is ongoing, that connecting with that strength, that power, is going to be very helpful. It doesn't matter what, it doesn't matter what, I'm okay in this place, and I can access this place of inner strength whenever I want. I can go in there and find that quiet, calm strength, and then be guided from that place. And that's what this mind training is designed to help you to do. Okay, so happy with number 2.
Yep.
We'll move on to number 3. Oh, someone else is joining us. Christine, it's nice. Okay, well, let's ask her to read, shall we? Hey, Christine, how are you? Welcome.
Hi, I'm fine, thanks.
Yeah, just in time to read paragraph 3. Would you like to read that one for us? We're on paragraph 3 of today's lesson.
Today, we will devote the first 5 minutes of each waking hour to attempt to feel the truth in you. Begin these times searching with these words. I am as God created me. I am his son eternally.
Alternatively?
Today, I will again devote.
No, you don't have to read that, but just
I am as perfect love extends me. I am its extension eternally.
When you say those words, what do you feel?
pure formless awareness of perfect love. That is who I am.
And what does it feel like?
Peaceful, calm, full of love and joy.
Did you resonate with today's quote? Because I talked about the inner fire. We've been discussing this idea of inner fire, experiencing that.
I'm not concerned with end results and just be in the now.
Have you ever felt anything that feels like an inner fire?
What, today?
No, ever in your life?
Oh yes, yes, often. And then it's more of a creative process, or just being very present with whatever's happening in front of me and enjoying it.
What does it feel like when you're in that state?
Timeless. Time just passes.
Do you feel there's a power there? There's a strength? Do you feel inspired to do things, create, manifest?
Yes, I want to stay in that state as long as possible, but then I get distracted and get pulled away and have to do other things. So there's this constant fight with staying present and calm and peaceful and happy, and then having to deal with the unreal life.
Oh, well, it's good you can feel it. It's about cultivating the ability to just drop in there. And you just drop in there anytime you want. So it just says do this every hour for 5 minutes. And you just drop in there for 5 minutes, have that experience for the 5 minutes, and then carry on with your day. But you carry that state with you and completely left it.
Yes,
So
and then it's easier to let go of all the things that are peripheral and not important, which I used to focus on. It's much easier to just let go.
Yeah. It's like that state carries through into the rest of your life. So that's the reasoning behind saying we'll do it frequently. It's just like continuing. If you think of a fire, actually fire is quite a good analogy. You don't let the fire run too low. If you're going to keep it going, you have to keep stoking it. Keep feeding it with logs and fuel. In the same way, we keep feeding it, throughout the day. You just, every time you do a breath break, you feed your inner fire a bit, it comes up again, and that just keeps it burning for the next hour. And then you keep topping it up with the fuel, which is these breath breaks that I recommend you do. Okay, so read the rest of that paragraph. Now try to reach the Son of God in you.
Now try to reach the Son of God in you. This is the self that never sinned, nor made an image to replace reality. Today I will again devote.
No, there's the
now
alternative.
try to reach the extension of perfect love in you. This is the self that never sinned, nor made an image to replace reality. This is the self that never left its home in God to walk the world uncertainly. This is the self that never left its home in pure formless awareness of perfect love to walk the world uncertainly.
Well, last one.
This is the self that knows no fear, nor could conceive of loss or suffering or death. This is the self that knows no fear, nor conceive of loss or suffering or death. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
So
just
what's he saying in that one?
this conceiving of loss and suffering and death is just a habit that we've been conditioned to live in. But when we become aware, this extension of perfect love leaves you in this place of pure formless awareness of perfect love. And it reminds you that that's a more certain. But it's hard to inculcate that, I must admit. I'm still very pulled in the two directions, but I can certainly validate how much better it feels when you really stay in that extension of perfect love. I am innocent. I am love. I am pure, and I'm blessing wherever I go, and I'm conscious and aware and awake in every present moment. Still find it very hard.
That's all we can be. So the vacillations are normal. As you start on this path, you are going to vacillate because the ego's still got a hold in your mind, and inevitably it's going to try and defend its territory, which is your mind. So that's just part of it. But every time you practice a lesson, every time you join a live session, you do any kind of spiritual practice, you are choosing the Holy Spirit. You're saying, I choose that voice to guide me, and I'm therefore letting go of the ego. And that's all you can do. Keep making that choice and allowing the Spirit to extend through you in your daily life, in your thoughts, your words, your actions. And it does start to happen more and more. The more you practice, the better you get at listening to that voice. It starts to become your default mode of operating. That's what we're trying to get to. We're just like, well, that's how you are. No more effort required at that level. You've just accomplished it. You are that. And you just abide in that self. Live in that self. So these lessons are just the mind training to get you there. Keep practicing, and each lesson is another step in the undoing of the ego and in the right direction of the spirit and ultimate home, which is heaven. Okay, any other thoughts on that?
No, it's fine.
Put a capital H there. Like never left its home. Home is heaven. To walk the world uncertainly. Very descriptive. We walk the world here in the ego thought system very uncertainly. We don't actually know what we're doing here. We don't know why we're here in the ego's world. We think we're here to avoid pain, seek pleasure, whatever, make money, have a family, have lots of nice experiences. The ego doesn't really know why it's here. So we walk the world uncertainly because we don't really know in the ego's thought system why we're here. So of course we're going to be uncertain. Only the spirit knows why we're here. And the only reason why we're here is to undo the ego. This is the school that teaches us to undo the ego. Okay, any other comments, questions on that? Sally, Jackie? Okay, next one is Sally's turn, I think.
Yep. Nothing is required of you to reach this goal except to lay all idols and self-images aside. Go past the list of attributes, both good and bad, you have ascribed to yourself, and wait in silent expectancy for the truth. Very appropriate for me today. Nothing is required of you to reach the goal. I've just been talking about not being able to sit in silence. I've been trying for about 10 years or so, just to sit and do nothing. I've not yet perfected it.
Yeah. How long can you manage?
I have done 2 hours. That's very rare. More like 10 minutes, 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm. And then what happens? Your mind gets restless. You want to
Just
get up
tells
and do
me
something.
something. Yeah, it tells me something that's so important. I have to get up and do it. And it gets cleverer and cleverer and cleverer and cleverer. So it's like there's absolutely no way I can't not go and do that. It's so clever.
Interesting, yeah.
If I told it was meditation, I'd do it. But it's the doing nothing I want to practice. I can meditate easy enough. Yeah, I can do relaxing breath work or whatever. But it's just the doing nothing. So I'm not doing something.
You're not even doing a meditation. You're just sitting quietly and being.
Yeah.
Which is actually meditation. But
yeah, but it's the not having a goal, you know. I've done it with somebody else. I've sat there for 2 hours, but because we're doing it together, you kind of hold each other in that space. But yeah, I haven't quite cracked that one yet.
Well, something to work on.
Yeah, I could do TM or something like that for hours. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. So it's a practice, and then your mind goes, okay, well, if I'm doing something, there's a practice to it, then I can do it.
It's like when it's nothing, it's like a void. I make this space and then everything comes in the space. I lasted about 5 minutes, and then I got up and got a screwdriver and started screwing up a table that was wobbly. And I laughed at myself because then I went in, oh, perhaps I could fix the chair while I'm at it. I was like, you're meant to be doing nothing. Go back and do nothing. And I just, I had about 3 goes, gave up. It was just ridiculous. Got a few jobs done though, so that was good.
No.
Not a perfectionist.
But isn't it interesting how the mind works? It's like anything but nothing. Do anything but nothing.
Yeah.
And in our culture, we taught that doing nothing is a very bad, lazy thing to do. And what are you doing? Just sitting doing nothing? Like, come on, get busy, do something useful. There's work to be done. There's things to be fixed. Just sitting and doing nothing is frowned upon.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? It's ridiculous. When I know every trick in the book and I still haven't been able to do it. The only trick I can't do is really, really outwit the ego.
Oh, so try just sitting tomorrow, 1 hour in working time, and just do nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, I could do some clearing on it. I could do an instrument piece on it, and yeah, I can do some work on it.
Or you could just sit and do nothing.
I can't. That's the whole point. I can't.
You don't have to work on doing nothing. You just sit and do nothing.
Yeah, but I've got to do some prep to be able to do it, because the ego has just got so clever about it. It will come up with some idea that I've forgotten about for 10 years that goes, oh my goodness, where did I put that money in that account? Oh, where's that account gone? Oh my God. And a hot flush will come over me, and I was like, I can't relax now. I've got to go and look up that, whatever it was, National Savings Account or something.
Referencing the past. So isn't it bizarre that doing nothing is the hardest thing to do? Or not to do, as the case may be. It's the hardest thing not to do.
Yeah. Quite humorous, isn't it?
It is.
Because lots of people say, oh, I do nothing all the time, but they're not doing nothing. You know, they're watching television, or they're knitting, or they're eating, or they're doing something.
Yeah, usually people are, they're doing something. I watch my parents, they've got plenty of opportunity to do nothing because they're retired, but they're doing something all the time. And so they sit, they won't just sit doing nothing. They'll read, or they'll watch TV, or then it's tea time. Then we've got to get up and have some tea, and so it's continuous activity. Very just not ever going, okay, well, I could just sit and do nothing for an hour. Got absolutely every right to do that. There's no requirement to do anything. So the monkey mind, can't handle that. So it's got to create some activity for you to do something, to keep itself busy. And that keeps the pure formless awareness of perfect love that could come through in the nothingness at bay. It keeps it away. And that's why we've created a world where we're so busy. The busyness of the world. We even call them businesses, the business of the world. I'm running my business. I'm running my busyness. Isn't that interesting? That's what we're all doing.
What comes to me right now as we're talking about it is I think I've got a fear of doing nothing and then just never wanting to do anything ever again. Just slipping into the formlessness and not wanting ever to do anything ever again. So yeah, there's just a fear there. Because I'm sure I've had days where I've done nothing and just been in that state. It's just been a while. I do it at night. I can do it if I'm awake in that other energy. I can do it then.
Because then you see your mind gives you permission. Your mind's like, oh, well, it's it's in the middle of the night, so it's okay not to be working because that's not normal. But in daytime, it's like, oh, but I should be doing something now. My time, I want to be productive.
Yeah,
so you want to go into the areas of discomfort, what's difficult for you, and do it there.
Yeah, what comes to mind is when I was a child, I've got this picture of me sitting on the bed. I don't know how old I was, maybe 6. And it was the school holidays, first day of the school holidays. And I remember my mum coming to the bedroom door and screaming at me for sitting there and daydreaming. Don't do nothing, she screamed at me, I remember. And it was quite alarming because I was like, well, what am I meant to be doing? Nobody told me what I should be doing.
On holiday.
Yeah. So I think maybe that's still got some power over me.
Yeah, it's a program, the ego's program saying, oh, Sally, bad girl, you need to be doing something all the time because otherwise you'll get into trouble.
Yeah.
So
I'll be yelled at.
Let go of that.
Yeah, because actually I think our words were don't do something, don't do nothing. Yeah. Okay. Got it.
So it's a program. If you had a mother like that, then it's no wonder, you got programmed and conditioned at a young age. And now it's like, well, you got to undo that programming and say, well, actually it's okay to do nothing. In fact, it's probably the most advanced thing you can do. Because if you can do nothing and just be peaceful in that, your mind is quiet and calm, you can just rest in your source. But wanting to do something, it means that your ego is still involved and it wants to take you out of that source. So,
yeah. That's all right. I've solved it now. So I'm going to be able to do it now. Tick.
Okay. Look forward to hearing the story.
Story.
Number 2.
Okay. Where did I get to? Was I on number 1? The first one.
Yeah, you did number 1, I think.
Number 2 then. God has himself promised that it will be revealed to all who ask for it. Your formless awareness of perfect love has itself promised that it will be revealed to all who ask for it. You cannot fail because he cannot fail.
You skipped something.
Did I skip something? I cannot fail because it cannot fail.
You skipped the whole sentence. You are asking now.
Oh, you are asking now. God, I skipped that.
Why did you skip that one? Interesting.
Now.
I am asking now.
It's interesting, isn't it? I spent the
Skip
whole
the
day.
after.
I kept asking today to be shown the truth. It was really good. I kept asking all day. Lots of stuff came up. It was good.
I'm asking now. So, I mean, that's just the ego trying to make you forget to ask. Okay, so any thoughts on that one? Let me summarize what he's saying there. Paragraph 4.
To be in silence is where you're going to find the truth. Be revealed. Ask for the truth. It'll always be there.
Yep. Silence will reveal it, because the silence is equivalent of nothingness. Quietness, the pure formless awareness in your mind is still and calm and quiet, and the silence that there's no sound going on. It's just the external extension of that inner state. We're just sitting in the quietness and the stillness. Just practice sitting just for a few minutes. You don't have to make it an hour to start with. Just say, okay, I'll do 5 minutes. And then tomorrow I'll try 6 or 7 minutes, and then maybe 10 minutes.
Now I think about it, I can picture lots of times in the day where I sit and do nothing.
Right.
But it's a kind of different nothing. It's more just like a being. I'm just being. I might look out in the garden and I'm in that receptive state. I probably have loads of those times in a day.
Well, that doesn't sound too bad. You're just being, not thinking, really. I think that's the trick with doing nothing. Don't think. Go into a state of awareness where there's awareness but no thought.
Yeah, I reckon I just get triggered when I think to myself, all right, I'm going to do nothing. So if I don't do that, I'm going to do nothing thing. It just happens.
No.
Complicated stuff.
And it lasts, it can last for as long as it lasts. You're like, okay, well, spend this 5-10 minute, whatever it is. And then when it's time to do something, you can move on. You can go back into the flow of life. So you don't need to fear that you'll never do that again, because the Holy Spirit will guide you. It wants to express and extend through you in the world, so it will guide you accordingly. And so that means if you're taking actions or doing things, that it will inspire you to do that. You don't need to worry that it won't use you as a channel, because that's what it's there to do. That's what you're there to do, and that's what it wants to inspire you to do. So
there was one week, going back a lot of years now, where I took a week off and I just spent the whole week in the hammock in the garden doing nothing, and it was revolutionary. It was like, oh my goodness, so many ahas doing that week. It drove my husband at the time absolutely balmy, because he couldn't understand why I wasn't doing anything. But really, really a precious week. And I keep meaning to replicate that and do that again. Just funny.
Quietness and stillness. So in that come answers, in that come insights.
Did loads.
So a week a year, they say, you should do a retreat in the Vipassana. I mean, say go do 10 days. That's again, that's quite structured because you're meditating, so there's a practice. But just going into the garden and sitting and being, I mean, over the holidays, that might be an interesting time to try it. Okay, well, just take a week.
Yeah.
You don't have kids, you don't have, that kind of, so like, okay, well, why not?
Yeah.
And then you give the spirit the chance to really work with that and bring in who knows what, just a deeper connection to your source. Revelation, maybe you just disappear for a while, maybe you'll go into complete revelatory state. So watch the space, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, so the rest is just he's talking about the requirements of the first 5 minutes every hour to just remind yourself. Talked about topping yourself up. So it's like stoking the fire to keep that inner flame burning, so that you don't lose it. And be sure to respond to anyone who seems to irritate you with these words.
Baba.
Hmm?
No, I agree with you.
Hmm.
What irritates you is these words.
Hmm. Yeah, do you want to say those?
What the next part?
Hmm.
Hold on.
You are okay. Alternatively, tell yourself frequently, I was perfect. I'm sure responding seems to. I'm as perfect love extends me. So you are. Sorry, this needs to be changed. You are as God created you. So you are as perfect love extends you. You are its extension eternally. You want to read just those 2 lines?
You are as perfect love extends you. You are its extension eternally.
So try that. When someone annoys you, you just remind yourself that that's the truth, beyond their ego and whatever they've done, and think whatever your judgment of it is. This remains the truth. They are eternally the extension of perfect love, even if they don't recognize it themselves. But your recognition of it is what matters to you, because it puts you back into that connected state, and it gives them the opportunity maybe to find that state as well.
The main thing, it helps you let go of the irritation.
Yeah, exactly. You feel better immediately. Okay, so shall we do a meditation on this lesson?
Okay.
All right, so just making yourselves comfortable. So meditation posture. You're sitting down. Keep your feet shoulder width apart. Keep your back straight. Support your back if you need to. Cup your hands in your lap, or have your hands just palms facing upwards on either thigh. Whichever posture works better for you. Close your eyes. And start off as usual with a nice deep breath in through the nose. So you're breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Clenching the sphincter muscle to lock the energy in. Draw the energy up your spine to your heart center. Put one hand on your heart, as that helps you to connect with this heart's presence. Breathe the energy into that heart center. Draw it up into the crown of your head. Maybe you feel this inner fire rising up the spine, Kundalini energy, a warm tingling sensation. It's flowing up into the crown of your head. Pausing at the top of the inhale. And so now you're just going to check in, scan your mind. Noticing any thoughts, emotions, related body sensations going on. Particularly anything that feels at all negative or limiting or contracted, constricting in any way, shape or form. And you remind yourself that I am as God created me. Breathe that in. I am as perfect love extends me. I am as perfect love extends me. Feel that loving awareness extending in and through your mind. Say, I am his son, or I am its extension of perfect love, eternally. So it's a statement of your true being. I am that which I am. I am that I am. Right now, I am that. I am that presence eternally. Breathe it into every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being. In this great I am presence of what we call unconditional love. That just is, that has no opposite, that does not know about conditions. It simply is what it is. It gives, radiates itself freely. When you exhale, to simultaneously have a sense of letting go of any of the blocks that you might have noticed to the awareness of this presence, God, perfect love within you, to blow them away like a dark cloud, leaving you, it's going, gone. Although stomach into the spine, so you're completely empty. And now just rest in this deep peace and stillness. Come when you let go. In this quiet, open, spacious awareness. You to listen to these words and then repeat them after me, the gaps that I leave. So say them aloud, ideally as affirmations. And then practice coordinating with your breath. So you inhale as you listen to me. You hold the breath briefly as I finish my sentence or the part of the sentence I'm reading. Try and connect with this inner spacious awareness, the light that you are in that moment, and then you exhale, and as you exhale, you speak it. State the words again out loud as an affirmation of the deep truth. So let's begin. Today's lesson is Breathe in as you listen. I am as God created me. Or I am as perfect love extends me. And as you exhale, say those two phrases. I am as God created me. Or I am as perfect love extends me. Have a sense of that extension outward, extending to everyone and everything, into the infinite mind, the eternal mind that we all are part of. That's where it extends and is extending. So, Yeshua says, today we continue with the one idea, which brings complete awakening. The one statement, which makes all forms of temptation powerless. The one thought, which renders the belief in separation silent and entirely undone. Breathe in as you listen to these affirmations. I am as pure, formless awareness of perfect love extends me. Breathe in on that. This maximal inhale breath. Use yourself with the energy of this pure, formless awareness. Feel that you're being extended by it. That powerful source is extending through you, and say it. I am as pure, formless awareness of perfect love extends me. As you exhale. Breathe in through the nose. Sounds of this world are still. The sights of this world disappear. And exhale and say those words aloud, ideally. Sounds of this world are still. The sights of this world disappear. Breathing in. And all the thoughts that this world ever held are wiped away forever by this one idea. And exhale and repeat those words. All the thoughts this world ever held are wiped away by this one idea. A sense of releasing, exhaling, letting go of any attachment. Breathe in again. Claim your awakening. Say, here is my salvation or awakening accomplished. Here I am. I am that I am. Here is sanity. Here is my sanity restored. Say that aloud. Here is my sanity restored. Right here, right now, I am sane. So breathing in again. Breathe in the light. Just true awareness. You listen to these words as an infusing it, pour on every cell, every muscle of your body with this light or true awareness. So true awareness is strength. Strength is innocence. So repeat that as you exhale. Say true awareness is strength. And strength is innocence. And repeat those words as you exhale. Feel the strength in them. Breathing in again, say, listen to these words. So if I remain as pure formless awareness of perfect love extends me. Exhale, repeat those words. I must be strong. As you breathe in again, breathe in the strength and this true awareness. The breath, say, I must be strong and true awareness must be in me. You exhale, repeat those words. Must be strong and true awareness must be in me. Repeat that. Breathing in again. Pure formless awareness of perfect love. Ensures my innocence, and so must be the guarantee of strength. Pure formless, so repeat that as you exhale. Pure formless awareness of perfect love ensures my innocence, and so must be the guarantee of strength and true awareness as well. And repeat that. Breathing in again, say, listen. These powerful pointers to the truth. And repeat in your mind. I am as pure formless awareness of perfect love extends me. You breathe it into every pore, every cell, every muscle, your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being, and allow this true awareness of perfect love to extend you. Exhale. So limited awareness cannot obscure the magnificence of perfect love's extension. Breathe in again, say, listen, and speak it after me. I stand in true awareness. Strong in the innocence in which I am extended. I stand in true awareness, strong in the innocence in which I am extended. Repeat that. And in which I will remain throughout eternity. Exhale the truth of that. Breathing in again. Breathe in the essence of the words, the lesson, key idea. I am as perfect love extends me. Breathe that into every pore, every cell, every muscle, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being. Say to yourself, I am as perfect love extends me. I am its extension eternally. As you exhale, state that. I am its extension eternally. You exhale and just blow everything else away. Dark clouds just leaving you. Going, gone. To the nothingness that it really is. And now try to reach the extension of perfect love in you. Sinking inwards to the self that never sinned. This is a self that never sinned or made an image to replace reality. This is the self that never left its home. Pure formless awareness of perfect love to walk the wall uncertainly. This is the self that knows no fear or could conceive of loss, suffering, or death. So breathe that self into every pore, every cell of your body starts to resonate with the truth. Truth that is beyond fear, completely transcendent, cannot conceive of loss or suffering or death. Nothing is required of you, says Yeshua, to reach this goal except to let go of all false beliefs and self-images. So just blow them away. If any of those lurking doubts come in, you just past a list of attributes, both good and bad, you've ascribed to yourself. And wait in silent expectancy for the truth. Your formless awareness of perfect love has itself promised that it will be revealed to all who ask for it. Say to yourself, I am asking now. Breathe in and you ask. You ask for this truth to be revealed to you, fully, wholly, and completely. God, infinite source, wants you to know it fully. Breathe it all into every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being is in the light of your true awareness. You ask now for it to be revealed to you. This inner fire we talked about, the light, true awareness. In the end, words fade. They're just symbols twice removed from reality, so they just fade away. So I'm asking now, and I cannot fail because it cannot fail. And you exhale and just sinking inwards to the silent expectancy, waiting for the truth to reveal itself. So there's nothing you need to do. Nowhere else to go, nothing else to think about. Nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just breathe, let the breath breathe you, so there's no conscious attention on that. And you just let go of everything. Any thoughts come in, seemingly disturb this deep peace. Might just be a thought, well, I've got to do something after the session. Just observe that casually. And just of you asking for the ultimate truth to be revealed, which comes as pure experience. There's no experience that's valid other than this pure formless awareness. So find yourself, I am as God created me, I am as perfect love extends me, I am that presence eternally, I am that I am. Exhale, release. And again, sink inwards for a bit of a longer time, a couple of minutes, into the blazing light, where you can feel the sense of light, of power. Just sinking deeper and deeper with each breath into the stillness, the silence, quietness that are always there, but have been obscured for so many years by your mind. Listen to the still, small voice of spirit. Telling you that you are as God extended you, you are as perfect love extends you. Claim that in the first person, I am as perfect love. And so gently and bring yourself out, this deep state, to the awareness, body, the breath, senses, and the world. On the count of 3. So 1, just breathing in. Noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises and the subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Noticing any thoughts, emotions, any related body sensations going on, particularly anything that feels negative or limiting, contracted, constricting in any way. You breathe that in and breathe in the presence of love. You remind yourself that I am as God created me, or I am as perfect love extends me. And feel that you're connected, feel that extension. Exhale. It's a natural letting go. So have a sense of releasing whatever that dark thought, emotion, energy is out of your body, out of your mind, out of your energy system. Blow it all out. And just notice on the count of 2 the weight of your body pressing down into the chair, your feet touching the ground, noticing what you're feeling with your hands, maybe subtle flow of air on your skin. Notice that. Breathe in again. Notice any smell in your nose, maybe a taste in your mouth. Notice what you're hearing, surrounding environment. Just noticing all these things. It's a very still, calm, and surrendered state. And carry this state of higher awareness with you. It goes with you wherever you go. You top yourself up with the lesson. Do that once more this evening by just reminding yourself of the lesson, or listening to one of the breath breaks I sent you. That should keep you connected to this source. Realizing that you are as perfect love extends you. You are the very essence of perfect love. Your formless awareness of perfect love is you. So it is said and so it is done. On the count of 3, open your eyes. Just take a minute to look around, so observing various objects in the room. Around you, particularly anything that feels that catches your eye, just observe it with detachment. Try not to name it or label it or judge it in any way. You just observe and then move on to something else. Notice it's the same awareness, whatever the object is, or even a person. Same awareness. No matter what you're looking at. So you learn that there's just one awareness. You know, the extension of that awareness, it is you eternally. As today's lesson says, so one more time, say, I am as perfect love extends me. You breathe that in. I am its extension eternally. Exhale on the truth of that. Feel that power of the perfect love that you are extending through you right now. So brings us to the end of the meditation and the first part of the session. Sally, Jackie, I think you said you want to go, but Christine, if you want to stay and do a bit of text, we can do that. So we'll carry on with that if you'd like to.
Okay. I'm having to work
Should we do a bit of the text?
Yes, a bit, because I'll have to put my glasses on and try and zoom into the text.
Okay, should we give it a go? Just give me, should we just take a 2-minute break? I'm just going to get some tea and visit the bathroom, and then we'll do a bit of text, shall we?
Can we make it 5 minutes? I just
Yeah, sure.
Should phone Steve if he's fallen again. I need to check on him.
Right. Okay. Yeah, no
Good.
problem. Okay. So 5 minutes and see. All right.
All right. Oh. Hey, look, Papa. Come. Come to Mama. Baby.
All right. Okay, Christina, you there? Shall we
Yes, I am.
have a look at the text?
Okay.
Yeah, shall we? Right. Okay, so I think let's start again. Christine, you there?
Yeah.
You there?
Yes.
Okay. So let's have a look at today's text, shall we? Okay, let me share my screen. Let's just stop the recording again. Recording paused. Okay, so gonna have a look at today's text reading, which is section 8 of chapter 12, called The Attraction of Love for Love. So, if you want to read number 1 for us. So, in the original and then in the alternative line by line, as we normally do.
Okay. Do you really believe that you can kill the Son of God? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, perfectly, yeah. It's fine. And then alternatively,
do you really believe that you can kill the extension of pure formless awareness?
let's make that perfect love, shall we? You really kill the extension of perfect love. Oh, good question. When you ask it in that way, it just seems bizarre that we could believe that. Maybe perfect love, extension of, just to make it related to what he's talking about, eternal love. You really believe you can kill the extension of eternal love. It's an eternal love, and we are now insanity. I think we can actually kill that and destroy that. I think maybe destroy might be better. Instead of kill, we'll say destroy. Okay. A nice opening question.
The Father has hidden his Son safely within himself and kept him far away from your destructive thoughts. But you know neither the Father nor the Son because of them.
Right. We have darkness suddenly. Okay. No. What's happening? Sorry, I've just been plunged into darkness.
So you're joining the dark world of Africa.
Well, it isn't a power cut, I don't think. I think this is... This is because someone's fiddling with the switches outside. Okay. Still connected. We have some light, so a bit gloomy, but
Can you
right.
see the text?
Yeah, I can. Yeah. So
Okay. So this source has hidden its where am I? In the alternate. The source.
Father's hidden their Son safely. I think you read that. So the source.
The source has hidden its extension safely within itself and kept it far away from your destructive thoughts. But you know neither the source nor its extension because of them. I don't understand what it's saying.
Okay. Well, let's unpack it, shall we? Sources.
Because of them, but it doesn't make sense.
Because of them. These are the destructive thoughts. So the Father.
Okay.
Source.
But you know neither the source nor its extension because of the destructive thoughts. Yes, okay, I understand.
Yeah. It's hidden its extension safely within itself. So we are still in the source. But as long as we have these destructive thoughts, they are buried, they're hidden away in our deeper awareness. So the awareness that we are the extension of our source is then covered over, denied, covered over by these destructive thoughts. So that, but they are kept far away from your destructive thoughts. You know neither the source nor its extension because of them. So you cannot think of destruction and killing and death and also know the source. It's not possible. The source is life. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm thinking of exactly the difficult situation I'm in, where he's fallen. He's fallen and he's hurt himself worse than the last two falls he had this week. And he's gone and had a bath, and I can't raise him on. Well, we've got load shedding, so I can't raise him on the WhatsApp or the landline, but he's not answering the cell phone or his tracker, which is on his wrist. So my destructive thoughts are, what if he's concussed? What if he couldn't get out of the bath? I suppose I could have phoned Robert, and asked him to go and check on him, but I'm trying not to be paranoid. He did phone me and said the pain in his rib is not so prominent anymore because all the other parts of his body are now sore. So if he can feel the parts of his body, then he's okay. The Epsom salt bath will relax him and maybe he's gone to sleep. But my destructive thoughts are, what if he goes tonight? But that's
What if he
me.
dies?
Yeah, that's me in drama. A day or two ago, he said he wishes he could go to sleep and just not wake up. So it is quite, it's scary, but it's me and my destructive thoughts and my, my people pleasing. I must get in the car and go and check on him. And it's, I must just let it go. Let it go. I'm going to have a sleep tonight. And I got my cat on my lap. I'm nice and warm and tucked on up. And I trust that the extension, that he's where he's meant to be. I mean, just leave it at that. It's his life. It's his. It's his choice. He chose to go up the mountain in the rain, in the mist, with the dogs, without me.
And then he fell.
And then he fell really badly, and lots of people helped him. They got him into the car, and the one woman said, I don't think you should drive. I should drive you home. And he said, no, once I'm in the car, I'm all right. So I must just stop my thinking.
Yeah.
I must
he's
just
got to
say
take responsibility. There's a responsibility there. If you go do that, it's almost like attention-seeking behavior in some ways, isn't it?
Yes. And
Okay,
I've been sensing that over the last week or two. So my intuition is saying, let go and let God.
And no one really dies. No one's ever really managed to kill themselves. The body will cease to be.
Body will go, but if
the body was never real.
And if he wants to return to source, that's his choice. And in the morning, everything will be fine.
Whatever happens, it's the destructive thoughts that are the problem. I think you know that.
So they're my destructive thoughts.
Yeah, thoughts of death and pain and suffering, and all of that is a denial of the truth of this eternal love that cannot die. And it's really how your ego plays a game with you, that somehow it's telling you can destroy the extension of eternal love through all of this destructive thinking. Do you really believe that's possible?
Yeah. And it's unreal. It's really not important. So two souls are connecting. Actually, the amazing thing was that I was about to do a Metatron Q balance on him and me. I had permission, and I got his DNA out, my DNA out, and then this phone rang. And I ran to the phone. It was him telling me about his drama. Every time up until now, 2.5 years, whenever I ask permission from source, can I do a balance on him? I've got no, no, no. This afternoon, when I finally, around about 6 o'clock, got round to asking, getting it out and asking permission, I got a yes. And then I said, must I also go on the balance? And it said yes. And then the phone rang. And I'd been sending him
the balance didn't happen.
And I'd been sending him love all afternoon, all day, in fact. So yeah, so it's really confirming to me how connected I am, and the work that I do is on a soul level. It's on the physical level, I do as best I can with the tools that I have. But I hand it over. It's, I can't see the end results of what the healing is. My intention was something around healing this relationship and making him strong and I can't remember the word, something about his strength and stability. Yeah, that was my intention. And what needed to manifest was God, I can't remember now. It's gone out of my head, and I'm not going all the way down the stairs in the dark. So, number 3, let's go on. You attack the real world every day and every hour and every minute, and yet you are surprised that you cannot see it. Yeah, well, I am seeing it because I'm So you attack the real world every day, hour, and every minute, and yet you are surprised that you cannot perceive it. No, I feel it. I am perceiving it on another level because the eternal life, whether he believes it or not, I believe it. So his soul will go onto the next cycle of karma or will return to source. Or as he said yesterday, I'll get my hearing aids sorted out and carry on with the rest of my life. So that was quite positive. Toddling along, climbing up mountains with his dogs, not climbing up mountains. And what does he do nowadays? He shuffles up and down, and then he slides down on his bum. So
well, I think we need to tell him that perhaps that's not such a good idea anymore. Just take some gentle walks and go with someone who's there in case he falls. Because otherwise
I said to him,
irresponsible, really.
I said to him afterwards, and what have you learned from this? And he said, I haven't learned anything from this because I will do it again. It's very stubborn. So,
it's almost like he wants, I don't know, it's a death wish or something. He wants to
punish
maybe himself.
Yeah.
Well, why would you're weak and you're likely to fall. Why go into an environment where that's likely? You're on your own. It's wet. It's slippery anyway. Why push yourself in an environment?
because he wants to get his dogs out. They must be taken for a walk every day. And that's what's keeping him alive, because it's keeping him moving.
Yeah, I mean, that's good, but he doesn't have to go to a slippery mountain. He could go to Mount Rhodes, which is relatively benign. And
but he doesn't think like we think. He really does not think like we think. So,
well, the school of hard knocks, it's like, well, okay, you want to beat yourself up and suffer, then okay, that's what you want to do. But it's almost there's a deeper thing going on here. I think it's some attention seeking. Maybe there's a death wish going on. He's hoping, well, maybe one day I'll just, slip and injure himself so badly that'll be it. Or also getting attention, so then he can phone you and say, oh, well, I've just done this because it's another fall, and get everyone's help. Everyone's got to help him. It's like, but why are you walking on your own in a dangerous place when you have a propensity to fall? That's just foolish. You're putting yourself in and creating drama for other people. So now you get affected as well. So,
well, his daughter's coming out in 2 weeks from the UK, so she will have to put some caring into place. We're going to have a meeting, and I'm going to be very.
Sounds like he needs a carer. Something, because you can't. If he's falling, it's just at some point it's going to be, serious. You'll fall and there won't be anyone to help, or it could be much more serious. Or well, and if you lie for hours and there's no help, then that can be fatal.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what you want.
Also, concussion if he hits his head.
But these are all, you look at the whole, construct of it all, and is a destructive thoughts that he's talking about. These are the destructive thoughts of the ego. It's all about lack and limitation and weakness and sickness and death. And he's saying these are the thoughts that keep the source away from you, buried under the so-called reality of the ego. And it's okay, well, apparently on this level there's a real condition, and he's old and he's hurt himself, but can you see all of that destruction? The idea of suffering is a destructive thought. It's a result of our denial of perfect love on a mental, emotional level.
Yes.
And you see it playing out in a situation like this, and your challenge is not to get sucked into it. Don't be sucked in to his destruction, because he's creating it.
Yes, to stay with my belief or my conviction that I have eternal love, and that I ask for the Holy Spirit to intervene and protect, and guide me. And I have a strong feeling of just settling down and going to sleep. It might be my ego just taking the comfort route, and I'll deal with tomorrow when I have to deal with tomorrow. But I'm not going out in the dark and the cold now. I'm also 74. And I will trust that I am in my integrity and stay with the love of myself, my eternal self.
Yeah. And trust that he's he's okay. He probably is. He's probably fallen asleep in the bath or
yes.
whatever. So
I'm sure he's fine. I trust he's fine. So I can perceive.
It's interesting, you've got an interesting mind game with this, because apparently you're dealing with weakness and sickness and old age, and death, imminent death, and yet you have to remain in the light. Don't allow it to get
But
to
it's
you.
all around me, Jono. It really is. A lot of people are in this terrible suffering end game story.
Mm.
And I have a bit of pain in my neck, but I have a very positive frame of reference. You know, I've got my family all around me. I've got my cat that I love. I've got a home and shelter to live in. And I'm doing the Course in Miracles.
Yeah.
And I choose to, okay, I'm limiting myself with 10 years, but I have 10 years of life ahead of me, and I want to live it in the purest and loving way, blessing my children, blessing whoever comes into contact with me, doing my healing work, and just staying true to what I believe my purpose here is.
Mm.
And it's bigger, it's higher than worrying about this physical body deteriorating.
Mm.
That's a natural process of life. I'd rather go more and more into this peace and calm and what Sally was talking about this afternoon, just sitting and doing nothing.
Mm.
That peace and that calm and that serenity and that, I mean, that's what I do love about Steve, is that he sits on the deck and he does nothing. He listens to the frogs and he communes with the birds. And when he goes and has a bath, he doesn't sort of rush through the bath and get out like I do. He'll lie there until the water gets cold. And he really, really does nothing. And he doesn't think either. He doesn't come out of these no action states and worry and internalize and externalize everything that's been going on in his head. He's actually in a very peaceful state. He often says he just lies in his bed staring at the ceiling. I can't do that. I'm like Sally. I've got to problem solve. I've got to do the next thing on the list. So if you look at that, if you seek love in order to attack it, you will never find it. For if love is sharing, how can you find it except through itself? That's the loving, staying in that loving awareness and just listening for guidance, asking questions and waiting for the answer, which is what I need to perfect more than anything.
Oh, well,
So this is a
good you're aware of that.
very good paragraph for me.
That's how it works, isn't it? You find the text, whatever you read, just is meant for you. Seek love in order to attack it, you will never find it. So evidently, love and attack are contraindicated, and love is sharing. How can you find it except through itself? How can you find it except through sharing? I think I could do with a translation there. If love is sharing, how can you find it except through sharing?
Yes. Yes. And so you're sharing, you're sending your blessings, and you are still connecting with people around you, but you're also honoring the fact that it's souls sharing their lives together as best they can on the different time frames that they're on.
Yeah, and just sharing the love, so whatever time you have with Steve, you shared the love, and you
Yes,
made his life richer because of it,
yes,
and your own. And that's all you can do.
yes. Offer it
Yeah.
and it will come to you because it is drawn to itself. Offer the love.
Yeah.
It will come to you because it is drawn to itself.
Inevitably, so as you, one of the fundamental truths is that as we give, we receive.
Yes,
Because actually we're one.
yes.
So it's a extension of the law of oneness in this world, that as we give, we receive.
You see,
Can't
also
offer
this
love and not receive it yourself.
offering this healing, this distant healing that I was offering to him, in my head was, I'm going to do healing for him. But when I got down there and I had the pattern out of the Metatron's cube, which is a very powerful tool, I was guided to ask, must I go on it too? And it said yes. And I was a bit surprised because I hadn't fallen. Actually, that was before he phoned me and told me about that fault. I was considering all the other faults. And so my intention was to share the love, share the healing. And I got a permission, I got a yes to do it. And then I was included in the whole deal. So, I got the healing as well to strengthen the relationship and to find stability in a centered, grounded incarnation. But offer attack and love will remain hidden, for it can live only in peace. Yeah, I could be criticizing him. I could be blasting him, giving him a hard time.
Yeah.
But I'm offering love.
Well, it's the only way. Love might try and help him to stop hurting himself. But he has his own choice in that matter. Can't make his choices for him. So perhaps you can, I don't know, just guide him out of, because there's a self-harm going on, isn't there? Self-harming.
Self-destruct.
No, guide him out of that. Say, well, you don't have to do it this way. Yes, eventually your body's going to die, but there's no reason why you couldn't live another 10 years and be quite happy and peaceful. It doesn't have to end now.
Yeah, maybe I should encourage him to pay a walker to walk the dogs every day, because I'm encouraging him to walk, to get him moving, to keep his legs strong. But there's obviously some serious condition in the weakening of his legs. And maybe the time now is for someone else to walk the dogs. I mean, as it is, Robert walks the dogs 3 times a week. So we only do 3 or 4 days a week. And maybe I'm pressurizing him too much. And maybe that's where I'm attacking him. Maybe I'm supporting him in the walking instead of letting him do nothing.
Well, just ask for guidance. I mean, it is generally considered a good idea to move, but he doesn't necessarily have to go and move into dangerous places. So he could just go for a gentle walk in the suburbs, or he could go to Mount Rhodes. and just, do something that's unlikely to cause him to fall, and then make sure you're with him. And then, that would be, and then it's the walking, but it's also the opportunity to spend time, and his dogs can come along, but, the dogs just do their thing. Dogs get a walk, but, don't.
It's a very loving experience because the one dog is very loyal and sticks by him, and the other one runs free spirit. And watching the dogs caring for each other is quite sweet too. The loyal dog always goes and checks on the other dog and then comes back to us. And then eventually the free spirit comes back.
Yes.
So it's quite a lovely experience to actually go with the dogs because he loves his dogs so desperately. Very attached.
So just ask the spirit to guide it all. No attack, unconditional love. But how does that look? This is the art of it, really. So unconditional love is one thing, but how does that actually play out in the particular situation? What would love do? Really, that's the question. What would perfect unconditional love do?
Yes.
In this situation to be truly helpful?
Yes.
And if you ask that question, then you're inviting the answer, aren't you?
Yes. And it could be a change in my behavior.
Yeah, ask the question and be guided. Listen to the answer, and inevitably it will. If you're really open, the answer will come, because that's what it does. It wants to help and heal and bless everyone involved. So that's you, that's Steve, that's the dogs, everyone connected in the whole situation. So, and then there's, this is your lesson. There's the lesson in application of these ideas into the practicality of these life situations. That's when you get what's called full transfer of training. So you don't make exceptions anymore. You apply this, in every situation as best you can, and you become more and more discerning as to how to do that. And so you grow in, your prayer for wisdom to be wise and loving and kind in the next 10 years is a great one. You just get better at sharing that love, and you could become a source of, great wisdom and strength for your family and everyone connected to you. Like the wise old sage, people go and they ask for the advice and the guidance because they feel comforted in the presence of this wisdom that's transcendent.
Yes, I was listening to Ram Dass this afternoon and realizing how the wise sage still shares his words. Okay, he's passed on now, but his energy is still on planet Earth, helping us deal with these life situations. And the more you get challenged, the more you strengthen this divine connection. So that it is with you always. And as you age and wise up, it becomes easier and easier to intervene in people's suffering and just offer love and peace and a way forward.
And so as you get older, actually your true purpose can become much clearer. You can allow yourself to be a clearer channel.
Yes.
For that, because you don't have all of the ego desires and goals and attachments that come when you're younger.
Yeah.
Cleared all that away. You realize, if you're lost in your last decade of life or two, you don't know, you might go on till you're 100, you never know, but there's a sense of, okay, I know it's not going to last forever, so why pursue meaningless things. What worked in the morning of your life, to quote Wayne Dyer, is not going to work in the afternoon and the evening of your life. So you realize that those ego motivations and what drove you before is not adequate anymore.
You can drop them.
Yeah, you can just drop it and allow the spirit to come in and guide you. And that's so, as you age, you're advancing in your spiritual path. And why would you want to return? People are like, well, I want to be younger again. Well, why would you? Because with that youth comes the ego, inexperience, all of the mistakes you made. Well, you've lived through that, you're beyond it. So actually it's a very good stage of life, possibly the happiest, the most peaceful stage of life you're entering, if you allow it to be. And the freedom just to do nothing. I mean, there's a great thing in being old is that people don't expect you to be doing stuff. You don't have those responsibilities anymore.
Yes.
So you can just be, just sit and be. Okay, well, I'm retired. I can just sit and be, and there's no, I don't have a pressure to have to do stuff, which is very, very, very helpful. So in many ways,
I just have to remember to pick up the kids every now and again.
Yeah, so okay, you've got a few things, but that's a short time every day. You could say, well,
I have to write it down. I have to write it down, otherwise I can forget. It's happened once last week. Just totally forgot to pick up a kid. But then somebody else pulls in and, saves the day, and the kids they're in a safe place. So, in fact, I was woken up this afternoon and told to go and fetch Carter, and then the father said, actually, someone's intervened while I've been phoning you, and I'm on my way to fetch him, don't worry. So, somehow you've got to trust that things will work out. There's a solution to every problem, and I don't have to be the solution either. I have my responsibilities, but if I fail due to old age, something else will come in and recover the situation.
Yeah. So you don't need to worry.
Yeah, those are the destructive thoughts. Keep them away from the peace and the
guilt. The guilt when you get something wrong, then you're hard on yourself. That's a destructive. So you just watch them, you're getting into the position now where you can just watch, be the witness. You watch them come and you watch them go. Well, it didn't really land. There's a thought and it doesn't really have the power to affect me emotionally. So it arises and I kind of just watch it and it goes, fades away and disappears.
Yeah, it's actually quite a nice time of one's life.
Very,
Things do slow down. Things do slow down, definitely.
You've got more time, you've got some wisdom, you've had life experience, and you now got the time to do this kind of work, to sit, for hours on Zoom calls and really immerse yourself into this amazing teaching.
Yep.
You're very fortunate. You're grateful.
Very
somehow Spirit connected us. I still have no idea how that worked exactly. You came out of nowhere. I was like, how did you find out about me? I have no idea. But you did, so there we go. Obviously, it was meant to be, and the journey is unfolding for you. Okay, so what is he saying here? Summary of paragraph 1. That was a good paragraph for you, wasn't it? Because stimulated the whole conversation.
It was spot on, yes. Do you really believe that you can destroy extension of eternal love?
Yeah.
Because the destructive thoughts hide the extension within itself. And then you know neither source nor its extension. So that's a constant thing. You attack the real world every day and every hour. You're surprised that you can't see it. If you seek love,
How do we
equally,
attack the real world?
yeah, by denying ourselves that guidance, stopping and listening and asking for help. I forget to ask for guidance. I forget to do nothing.
It's the expectations and the grievances, isn't it? Those are the things that attack the world. The expectation, I have a grievance. Grievances are an attack on this so-called on the real world, which is the world correctly perceived. So whenever we have resistance to life, there's a grievance or a strong expectation, then we're attacking the real world.
Yes.
And the answer is to let go of the attack. You seek love
Yeah.
in order to
And
attack it.
that's actually playing out in my life as I watch Steve, because he's attacking, he's staying in the suffering of the unreal world because he's not honoring this extension of source. He doesn't believe in it. So if the sharing of this unconditional love is something that I can extend to him, if I can remember to honor my guidance system and stay calm and peaceful, even when all this drama is happening around me, without attacking the real world, then I can stay secure in drawing it to offer love, and it will come to you because it is drawn to itself. But offer attack and love will remain hidden, for if you live only, for it can only live in peace. So that ultimately is what we need to do, is to live in peace and stay in the real world and deny the ego and the unreal world as it plays out in front of us. Still offering love, extending blessings, sharing wisdom. That's basically what that is about.
Yeah, well summarized. So the unconditional love is the undoing of the ego. So you keep loving no matter what the ego's appearances are, no matter what it does, and that teaches you that you are that love. You cannot be separated from that love.
Yeah.
And so that's your task, and then Steve will be the beneficiary of that because he will experience that love. But you're doing it to correct your own mind. That's the sole responsibility of the miracle worker is to accept that one for herself.
Yes.
So primarily you're doing it to correct your own mind, and then as a natural extension, secondary benefit, that's going to help other people. Whoever's the beneficiary of that unconditional love, okay, Steve will feel it, and that's going to be part of his journey. Can help to awaken him to that. So you can show him that in his final years of life. You can show him that unconditional love exists, and maybe reduce his fear of it to the point where he might be willing to actually accept some of it.
Yeah.
But whatever, however it goes, you can't really lose by giving the unconditional love, because you're giving it to yourself and you're undoing your ego in the process. And that's why this lesson, that's why the relationship is happening. That's why these situation is manifesting, because to help you to undo your ego.
Yeah. And my ego is very much caught up in people pleasing, more concerned about the other than myself. And this is exactly that.
Brings you back to, well, remember, it's a great line in the text. He says, the sole responsibility of the miracle worker is to accept the atonement for himself or herself. That's your only he says, the sole responsibility. S-O-L-E. You could also say it's the S-O-U-L response. The sole, it's your only responsibility is to accept that atonement for yourself. Because when you do fully accept it for yourself, when you're accepting the unconditional love, then you can give it and you can extend it because you've accepted it. It's no longer a denial. Then you can become truly helpful to others. So the ego is going to tell you, well, it's awfully selfish. You know, what about other people? Can you say the sole responsibility is just to look after yourself? But then it's a liar, it's a deceiver. So it's going to try and twist the truth. Oh, you can't do that. You know, go back into the people pleasing. You're guilty when you haven't bent over backwards to help someone. But all of that keeps you away from that unconditional love that is actually going to be its undoing. Away from accepting it subtly. Do you see how it works? It's subtly getting you to not accept that.
Yeah.
And justifying, so, oh, but yes, I'm trying to help others.
Yeah.
But then you're not doing your own work. You're not accepting it for yourself.
The ego is so clever.
No, it's very clever. It'll use the truth and it'll try and twist it. And say, oh no, but I'm just trying to help others. You know, and it's like, but what about you?
Yeah.
You know, look in the mirror first. Help yourself first. I mean, it's a good analogy to remember. You know, if you've flown, we've all flown on aircraft, and they always say in that safety briefing, when if you need oxygen, put the oxygen mask over yourself first, because they know that if you get panicked and you can't breathe, then you can't really be of much help to anyone else, because you're freaking out yourself and you can't be calm and put it over them if you don't have your own oxygen. So,
and that's the hard thing for a mother of children to do in a panic situation like that.
So look after yourself first.
Yeah, impossible. You'd put the children first.
Not impossible, because logic, if you train your mind like this, say, but I know that if I look after myself, then I can be the agent of love coming through in this world.
I can do that, Jono, when I'm logical and serene and calm. But if the plane is going down and I'm in a panic, there's no ways that I would think of myself first. That emotion just takes over. So,
but if you've done enough mind training, then you would be clear and calm, and whatever the crisis is, it's unlikely you'll ever be in a plane crash. you hope, but whatever the crisis is, you're like, well, I can stay clear and calm and centered and loving, and make sure that I look after myself, that inner self is nurtured, and that I'm connected to my source, and then I will go out and deal with the situation. So as a first default, instead of panicking and there's any kind of challenge or crisis, you go within, say, okay, well, let me just spend a bit of time, even to just a couple of minutes, just to bring it back to myself. What's going on in me? Okay, so I'm feeling disturbed, I'm feeling not peaceful, whatever the emotion is, and then you look at that and you release it, you let it go, and you bring yourself back into that loving awareness. And then once your mind is restored to that, you go, okay, now I can go back into the perceptual world. All right, so what, Holy Spirit, from the state, what should I do now? And that can save you so much time and wasted energy and stress. So I think just if you can get into the habit of that, when things go wrong and you want to panic and you want to go into problem-solving mode on the level of form, you could get into the habit of saying, okay, just take 5 minutes. Very seldom that any emergency is so dramatic that you can't take 5 minutes. Take 5 minutes, do a breath break, center myself, get into that calm state, ask for the guidance, and then you act. And that will make a huge difference.
And that's the miracle worker.
Yeah. Then you bring the love in. See, you're giving it the time and the space to come into your mind, and then because you've connected with it and you've acknowledged it and you're in that state of awareness, it can now come through you, and it will then solve the problem.
It usually does,
and it will do it in a way that is so much better and easier than your ego could conceive of. So it's just in that 5 minutes, you might have saved yourself a whole heap of time.
Yeah.
Hours of time, potentially days, weeks. It's because if you're in the dysfunction of the ego and you're listening to that voice, just how destructive it is, and it can really cause you to go down a path which then it's going to take a lot of unraveling. It can cause all kinds of dysfunction, all kinds of distress, pain, suffering, and it's not necessary if you take the few minutes to center yourself and go back into loving awareness. So it's interesting. Then we go, well, I don't have the time. But you've got lots of time to waste and spending time trying to fight fires caused by the ego.
Yeah.
So it's actually, to go fast, go slowly. That's part of the.
That's why this man is in my life. He is so bloody slow that he is my angel. He's my angel in disguise.
To slow down and to just be, okay, it's all right. I don't have to rush through my day. I can take time to just be, to connect. And, that's wisdom. The sages, you don't find sages rushing, do you? You never see a sage flustered and rushing. That's not what they do. It's like, well, it's all okay. I'm just fine, peaceful, calm. That's why they're sage. If they, their mind isn't turbulated and they're frantic and they're distressed, they're not in the right state. They wouldn't be a sage anymore. And that's one of the characteristics of mastery. There's always enough time. You're not in that, rushed state of mind, panics. It's just like there's enough time. Things kind of flow with ease and grace. So that's what's being offered to you. Yeah? You're doing it.
And my cats come to purr away here, reassuring me that we found this sacred space and a powerful message.
Well, good. And it feels deeply comforting, doesn't it? You can feel it's like it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay in this loving awareness. Everything's okay. Whatever the dramas are happening on the level of form, Steve falling, and there may be more of those. It's okay because the loving awareness is always there.
That's the most important.
Yeah, to stay connected to that. That's all that matters. And then that will guide you to deal with whatever the problems are, apparent problems, challenges, in the most effective way possible. So it's not like, oh, well, I don't have time for loving awareness. I don't have the luxury of that because I've got to deal with practical problems. This is the ego story, isn't it? Oh, you don't have time for all that stuff. No, you've got real problems to solve and you've got stuff to do, and doesn't realize that actually the answer to all those problems lies in the loving awareness. So to go fast, go slowly. You want to be more effective in life, take time to spend time in that loving awareness and ask for the guidance. And then, it comes. And there because you've asked for it. How simple. You're like, why? I mean, isn't that such a simple way to live? And yet, how many people live that way? It's crazy, really. The answer's obvious, and yet it's obscured. Obscured by the destructive thoughts that do everything possible to obscure the simplicity of the answer and keep you in their destructive hold.
I just hope a lot of young people listen to this and they don't get to my age and realize how we've been conditioned with thinking. And thinking.
Well, it's a process, isn't it? I mean, when you're young, you don't listen because you think you know better. Basically, you just go for, well, I've got things to do, and the world is an attractive place, and you've got the goals, and it's the outward movement, and that has to run its course for a lot of people. You do that, well, and then
I don't think it needs to run its course, because the more one gets aware of the head and the heart, the head, the logical thinking, this problem solving, constant go, stress, is totally disconnected from the intuition of the heart and the expansive wisdom of the heart. And me in particular have all this problem with my throat and my projecting my voice. It's the bridge between the head and the heart. And my mind has always been very, very strong. Being a Latin teacher, always problem solving, 3 children, big family. And really, I never learned to live from this unconditional heart space. And when the body starts weakening, when the physical vehicle that the spirit is using for this lifetime starts weakening, the energy center that is most pertinent for the lesson to be learned gives up on you. And then you can't even express yourself in important situations because your voice is gone. So I better start getting this message quickly, otherwise I won't be able to speak. I better sing and tone and do the singing like Ram Dass was describing this afternoon. some mantra or other, Jai Jai Bhagavan, Jai Jai Om Bhagavan, Jai Jai Om Bhagavan. And you just sing that over and over and over again. The sound of God.
Mm.
The sound of God is just so powerful. And when I do it, I can feel my voice returning.
Mm. Yeah, well, give your voice to the Holy Spirit. See, that's
Yes.
what you're doing. So when you use my voice, then my voice will be
Powerful.
fine, powerful, good enough. If I try and use it, it's not being used for egoic purposes, then you run into trouble.
Yeah, maybe that's the sign.
So it's a surrender. Okay, everything I speak, everything I think, everything I speak, everything I do is in and through this love, this perfect love. This is the source of all of it.
Yeah.
That's surrender to God. That's not my will, but
Not
thy will be done through
Yes.
me. So many people think that's just, oh, well, you're just going to passively sit around and do nothing. Well, maybe sometimes you do. And other times you can be quite active in the world. Look at Yeshua and the Buddha. They were pretty active. They were out there doing their thing, teaching, preaching, healing the sick, raising the dead,
Yeah.
turning tables over in the temples. So they did. It wasn't just okay, we sitting in meditation all the time, because that was the Spirit guiding them, saying, okay, well, this is what you need to do. So it's the expression, it's not just the voice, isn't it? I think it's the expression of it, because the throat chakra is just symbolic of expression.
Yeah.
Not just through the voice, but it's the expressing it in your words and in your actions. What are you saying? What are you doing? And there's maybe just a resistance there, because they see the ego knows that if you just really surrender and you allow it to express through you and extend through you into the world, then you will come to know that it's true. If it's expressing and extending through you all the time, then you have that experience all the time that, yes, I'm in the flow of love. It's flowing through me. So as I give it, I must receive it. And so it tries to prevent that by saying, oh, no, you can't do that because you can't speak. And you feel constricted and restricted and afraid. It tells you, you can't do it anymore because your voice is failing or your body's failing. And on it goes. And it's just a defense against saying, well, not my will, but thy will be done. And then, your body will remain healthy, functional, because it's useful to the spirit. And so it helps to keep the body young and vigorous, and avoid the sickness and the decay of old age. And that's the best way that you can avoid it. Just give it to the spirit.
Wonderful lesson.
Oh, very good. So there's 7 more. How many more paragraphs? I think this is a 8 paragraph.
What is the time?
The time is almost 10 o'clock. 7, 8 paragraphs. So
forget it.
we're not gonna finish this. So, do you want to do one more paragraph, or should we call it now?
Oh, I'd rather call it quits now.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, that was pretty complete, actually. Although we did one paragraph, it was complete. Did you get that sense?
Yes. No, it was very thorough.
It was something that came through just from the one paragraph. So
And I feel very relaxed
Oh,
and at peace.
yeah. Yeah, it'll be fun. It's, you know, it's, I mean, there's an intuitive knowing. You know, if Steve was really in trouble, you would know when you go and help. You know, you got to
Yes.
trust that.
Yeah.
You would know. There's something in you that would know. And so you got to distinguish between that level of, you know, intuition and just, well, it's just the ego, you know, coming in and spinning a story and creating fear because that's what it wants to do, to stop you from being in the spirit and relaxing and feeling the love and, you know, having a nice evening, a
Yeah.
holy evening. Because I think you're intuitive enough, you know, if something's really wrong, you will know, and then it'll be like, okay, act now, go do it, you know. But that's
Yeah.
not coming from, yeah, it's just like, go do that now, because, you know, that's what needs to happen now. And you got to trust that the spirit will give you that guidance, and you will know the difference between the two. But when it's kind of just annoying, kind of nagging anxiety, that anxiety is not of the spirit ever. You know, it's just the ego coming in and
Ego.
trying to cover that.
I can recognize the ego wants to be right. You know, if I get in my car and go and check on him and reassure myself that he's fine, it's almost like the ego claiming precedence over the intuition and the inner knowing and the trusting.
Yeah. You see,
and I've wasted all that. Yeah, I've wasted all that time and effort when I could have just cut short
just
the whole situation and go to bed.
Yeah, just trust it. Yeah. So you see how it plays out in these situations, that you have this conflict, and it's trying to win a battle in your mind, trying to get you to listen to it. Because if you listen to it once, you might listen to it again and again.
Yeah.
Okay, so you didn't trust your intuition. It got you all worried, and then it's, oh, you've got to be responsible. You've got to go check, and then you've honored it once. You do that, and then it's like, okay, well, great, we're in business now. So this is how we get to it. So, you know, Steve becomes the angle. And it's like, oh, but you did it once. You got to do it again. You got to check, and then you end up chasing your tail. You know, and it'll just use that channel that you've opened to it to distract you endlessly from the love and the peace and the joy that underlie it. And yesterday, you know, you said this is the most powerful lesson in the workbook. Light and peace and joy abide in me.
Yes.
Stop you from experiencing that. Using apparently the justification of, oh, well, you know, that I've got to look after Steve. I've got to make sure I'm being responsible. And then it just plays right back into all of that mother, you know, people pleasing, over caring, that kind of stuff that you've done in your life.
Yeah.
Activates that whole resident pattern again, and then, you know, you find yourself caught up in it, and then you go, what, but I lost myself again. Where did the true self go in all of that? Well, it got buried under all of those destructive thoughts. And you're really attacking yourself then. So isn't that interesting? You can attack yourself by being a people pleaser. You are attacking yourself by people pleasing.
Yeah.
Can you see that?
Yes. You're diminishing.
Quite a big one. Quite a big one, but you've got to accept that. Okay, so that's just another attack on myself. Not as overt, maybe, but it's a subtler form. Because I'm not honoring my true self, and I'm allowing myself to be drawn out of this inner awareness of love into the external world, and making that important, making that more important than my connection with my source.
Yep.
So that's your temptation, that's your pattern. So, forewarned is forearmed. You can be vigilant of that and go, no, well, when you see the temptation, then don't fall for it. As tonight, like, okay, well, I see the temptation, but I'm not going to go into that, because that would just be giving into the ego, and then it's won a battle, and it's gain some of the what you worked so hard to gain for the spirit, then gets undone, and it's gained some territory back. But you know this, you know the game, so you're well equipped. Keep doing these lessons, keep joining the sessions as often as you can, because that just keeps you connected to the the right mind. So okay, just keep reminding yourself that this is the truth, this is the answer, and that you're going to stick to it no matter what. And then all will be well.
Thank you. Profound lesson, and I think it's been reinforced. I trust that it's been reinforced. I know that it's been reinforced. And I am love.
Yeah, I am love. Amen to that. Okay, so going to end the session there.
Great. Thank you.
Why don't we just, I'll tell you what, do a 2-minute, I'll guide you through a little meditation, just 2 minutes to close it out. So close your eyes.
All right.
Nice deep breath in. And say, I am. As perfect love extends me. Say it aloud. I am as perfect love extends me.
I am as perfect love extends me.
I am its extension eternally.
I am its extension eternally.
I am perfect love.
I am perfect love.
And so it is.
So it is.
So just rest in that for the rest of the evening. And on in tomorrow, and whatever comes tomorrow, you deal with it in that state of awareness. And all it takes, now how long did that take? A minute, 2 minutes? That's all you have to do. You want to reconnect. You don't have half an hour to do a meditation, just do a minute or two, say, I am perfect love.
And the breath work just to relax and
it just helps. Nice deep breath in. It just helps to open your mind, really, to receive the love. So the breath breaks, I'll encourage you to do the breath breaks every as often as you can, because it just tops you up. It's like you're taking
every hour.
Yeah, he's saying 5 minutes every hour. Well, why not? I mean, you're retired, you don't have. So okay.
I just set my alarm, set my time on my phone. This phone's with me all the time, and just do it.
Yeah. Okay. So 5 minutes every hour. I mean, if you're in the car lifting kids, then okay. I mean, maybe you can still do it. You just do it open-eyed. Just do it,
Yeah.
do some breathing, remind yourself of the idea, so you adapt it to the circumstances. But if you're at
Yes.
home, you go, okay, great, I'll just sit for 5 minutes, put on one of the breath breaks I send you. They anything from 3 to 6 or 7 minutes. Put it on, listen to it, connect with that same presence, that loving awareness you just connected with. You just reconnect, tops you up, and then that stays with you. The idea is for the rest of the hour. And then you top yourself up again, because yes or no, if you allow yourself to go too long, that what's going to happen is the ego is going to come back.
Yeah.
You give it, if you do a morning meditation and then you only meditate again in the evening, and let's say you don't do a session, and like the afternoon session kind of break that, but if you go for 12 hours or something between them, various things arising in your experience, and you don't top yourself up, it's very likely that you'll start to lose the connection.
Yeah. Yeah. And
This
technology of the cell phone really helps with that.
Yeah. So you can have a alarm on it, and you can you've got the audio on your phone, so you can just go to Telegram, hit play, stick in some headphones. You might, if you've got a good pair of headphones, that helps, because it just creates a little cocoon. It's part of the ritual, the idea of you sit in a posture and you breathe, and maybe you put some headphones. It's all part of getting you into that altered state, isn't it? It's like, okay, then that's why they use these rituals and formal religion and in meditative practice, if it's a gong or a bell or whatever, because it just sets the scene. It's like, okay, so now I'm going, and it opens your mind to enter that state. You do it every time, like, okay, you're likely then to go into that state more easily through keeping that. So if you can, you go, okay, sit down, put some headphones on, and give myself the 5 minutes, breathe, and you make it into an experience, and it's a pleasant one. Why wouldn't you want to spend 5 minutes connecting with your source, breathing and connecting with your source? And if you actually do that hourly, you'll see what happens. It's extraordinary.
Yeah, watch
You're
this
so
space.
connected. You're so connected, you're so tapped in for the rest of the hour, because you've done the 5 minutes. And then you just keep topping yourself up. The ego doesn't have any traction. Well, whatever. And if it comes in that hour, you just, okay, well, I just do another breath break. As soon as you feel the ego coming in, just stop and do it. And so he's given us this hourly practice, because he's like, well, this is what's really going to work to undo the ego. It's got no space then. You're giving it no room in your mind or in your life to enter. So you just keep undoing it every hour. You topping yourself up, and you're in a situation where you can do it.
Yes.
Some people, if you're working, it's a busy corporate environment or whatever, it's not that easy. It's a discipline. You can still usually take 5 minutes and do it, but less easy when you're working and you've got demands and you've got deadlines, or you've got a meeting and you're in the middle of a meeting, and then the hour comes, like, well, okay, not that easy to do. But in many ways, being retired is and at your age is a great place to be in from a spiritual point of view, to be able to
I'm
do
well
this
aware
work.
of that. Yes.
Oh.
No.
So you wouldn't want to be anywhere else. You wouldn't want to be 20 years younger and still in that phase of your life, because you've moved through that, and this offers you the opportunity to fully awaken in the next 10 years or more, however long you're going to be, to fully awaken. So you can take that opportunity, and then this is the fulfillment of your purpose in life. You actually are doing what you came to do, which is to wake up.
Yes.
The last 10 years of your life. So, far from being like, oh, well, my life is over and I'm old and I'm useless. No, this is the fulfillment of that purpose. It's the apex of your life. It's a different way of looking at it, isn't it? So physically, you're not as strong as you were, but this isn't about the physical. You're transcending the physical. You're going into the spiritual, and that is, your spiritual, the spiritual understanding and strength is going to get stronger and stronger and stronger, and there will be this light shining through your body that allows you to do whatever is required. But you won't, become decrepit and aged. And you see what's happened to Steve, but it's because he's disconnected himself from source. If you give it to the source and you connect, and well, the source doesn't know about weakness and suffering and sickness and death. It uses whatever instrument for its purposes, and then it enlivens that instrument. The body gets enlivened by the source, and so you stay younger, stay more energized, more young, because it's all energetic, isn't it? You're just allowing
energy, yes,
life energy, coming from source to now come through in the body, and it keeps the body young and strong and fit and healthy, and because it needs to be a good servant of the spirit. So you
yes,
can
that aliveness is all part of that spirit.
Exactly. Yeah. And so far from like, oh, okay, well, I'm gonna go down into the aging and the sickness and the death. No, actually, I can become more alive, more energized, more inspired in the last 10 years of my life. It doesn't mean you're gonna go running marathons, but you don't need to. It's just that whatever you need to do is given you to do. The energy is given you to do it. And when it's time to lay the body aside, well, then you lay it aside. But there doesn't need to be suffering in that. There doesn't need to be sickness. So if you set that as your your intention, then that's how it'll play out. And then there doesn't need to be a lot of pain and suffering in old age. That's of the ego. That's the death wish. It can be a joyous journey home. You're in the last lap home, and you can have a happy dream while you're here, and the body can serve you well without weakness and sickness and aging, and what's so often associated with old age. It's not necessary. Not necessary.
Yeah, no, it's not necessary. There's so many people that are alive to the very end, alert, aware, enthusiastic about life.
Yeah. So you can be one of them, and an inspiration to others in that. So all good.
Great.
Well done.
Thank you, Jono. I appreciate this.
Okay.
And I hope you have a powerful day tomorrow. When are you traveling and moving to Swaziland?
Plan is to go on the weekend, but we're waiting for some bookings. We're just moving into a marketing phase now. So let me just stop the share and stop the recording quickly.